Hello, friends. Welcome back. I'm back. Let's see. Prince in the camera. Ellen? The camera's just a little awkward. You can see me. I'm here. All right. So for those of you who watched last stream, we were approaching greatness. Started 1-0, lost to Miracles because of one landers, and then carried out with the 4-1. That felt good. Been thinking a lot about the deck. I've been thinking a lot about the Legacy metagame. Been working on my Patreon article. I wrote 2,500 words, and I have almost yet to talk about goblins in the article. So I'm doing a whole metagame breakdown before I even talk about goblins, really. Because to understand goblins deck building, you got to understand what you're building against, right? And I've been listening to what a lot of other content creators have to say, what a lot of dedicated Legacy players have to say about the format, what people think is happening, looking at results. The results I'm like kind of less interested in compared to anything else, to be honest, because we're still in this kind of nascent portion where anything can happen, and results they're not noise, but you can't put too much emphasis on them, because the sample sizes are still pretty small. But this list I feel so good about. And I've got pretty good results of my own to show it, that have made me happy with it. For those of you who didn't see, I haven't streamed in a little while, but I was on the Legacy Pit, which is, for those of you who don't know, a paper magic kind of series where they've usually got different decks to choose as options. People ask them to play different matchups. They had me in remotely, which is really cool. Really awesome setup they have. And I got to play 10 matches with my own Paper Goblins list, which I haven't played since last January. And got to use those cards, which is really, really nice. And I got to test out some stuff that I've meaning to test out that I haven't been able to play on Moto as much. There were some small differences between what I would play on Moto and what I played on Legacy Pit, because I don't have absolutely everything. There was I think it was 2 cards different. But it was actually interesting because it let me test out some differences. So, like, for example, I was playing the one of Fiery Islet, and 3 Rishadan ports, and on the Pit, I played 4 ports because I don't own an Islet. And I wanted to see if 16 red was still reasonable. Like, I kind of knew it was because I've done that for hundreds of matches, and I know it's reasonable, but I was just getting mana screwed. I was like, ah. But I think this build is the build because I kind of fixed the mana base, despite keeping all 4 ports. And I think I figured out how to build goblins right now. At least as the metagame currently sits. And if so, I've gotten a 5-0 and a 4-1 to back that up reasonably. And the Pit was like, reasonably casual, but I also think it told me about deck functioning. So I think I went 7-3 on the Pit. And those VODs, if you're subscribed to the Legacy Pit on Twitch, you can watch the VODs now. And if you're not, you can wait until they put them on YouTube, which I believe will be in a couple of days. And it was 10 matches I played on there. And it's been a whole variety of stuff. It was like Lyra Delver, Elves, Punishing Maverick, Green-White Reclaimer, Ant, Show and Tell, Miracles, Grixis Control, Eldrazi, and I forget what the last one was. Last one. I'm drawing a blank. Was not Death and Taxes. I was surprised they didn't have me play against Death and Taxes. Punishing Maverick, Elves, Blue Red Delver, Fiercest Control, Miracles, Ant, Show and Tell, Eldrazi, Reclaimer. Depths? No, it wasn't Depths. Thassa's Oracle? No. Wasn't any Doomsday or anything like that. Maybe it was just 9 matches, but I'm pretty sure it was 10. Anyway. Doesn't really matter. But I believe it was 7-3 on there, so I was really happy with how the deck performed. I was happy with how I played too. And this has kind of led me to this. So this list, some notable things about it. So we've gotten to 2 Gem Palm Incinerators, 2 Munitions Experts. And this has subtle effects that are actually really important. You notice I have a 4th mountain in the sideboard, or I mean in this mana base. And although this is only 16 red sources, the mana base is actually better because we have 2 Gem Palms instead of 1, so we cycle through our deck more. So the deck inherently becomes more consistent, and we have fewer wastelandable red sources. So we are better against wasteland. And with relatively, we got 5 black cards instead of 6. I need Badlands less, so the black requirements are mitigated. And so this has all sorts of cool effects. And sideboard, I think this is like the best sideboard I've ever been able to put together. And I think there's a lot of influences in this deck. I think the 1 Mog War Marshal thing comes from my Cadley's list. Gave me confidence to actually do that. It felt, I don't know, it's scary to run about Mog War Marshal because you're worried about having all goblin payoffs, no kind of glue to hold things together. But given the state of so many Plague Engineers, War Marshal has been at a weak point, and going down to 1 is actually okay. And also the idea that Scare Prospector is still a 2 of, even with the 1 Mog War Marshal, turns out to be true, I believe. Because it also improves your mana base, and it also has some cool upsides. Like, obviously, it makes Grenzo better because you can tap out and still cast the cards if they're good enough. You can cast your Chain Whirler more consistently. You can press Squad on turn 2. You can get your Muxus into play faster. We also only have 1 Muxus in the main deck, but I've been doing that for a little while, and I think I've explained why I like that, because the format's a little bit more... You gotta exchange card for card with people more often, and Muxus can get stuck in your hand more often with things like Hymn to Tarok hitting your lands, and your accelerators like War Marshal, Skirk, getting killed off by Plague more often. Can't. Without Astrolabe, Lackey is less reliable, right? Because during the Astrolabe meta, if you played Cavern Lackey against Snowco, there are very high percentage chance that they would just die, because even if they had the plow, they were unlikely to have a white source, because they were really shaving on white sources. Turn 1 white sources, right? They'd have to play their Astrolabe first, right? Or to cantrip into the white source. And so it's hard for them to cast plow on turn 1. And so Lackey would get in there on turn 1 a lot. That's not really true anymore. People are actually casting stuff on turn 1. Also, there's a lot of discard spells. So you can't just keep a hand that's dead to a Thoughtseize on your accelerator or your payoff. Whereas in the last format, there's almost 0 discard spells. We got some tech goblins here. Yeah, getting him also sucks is another thing. We got the main deck Trashmaster, main deck Chain Whirler, main deck Squad, main deck Muxus. Muxus isn't really a tech goblin, it's just a good card. But Grenzo is also another one. And these 4 are these kind of one-ofs that all have cool effects in the metagame, right? Grenzo's a funny card. Grenzo's really nice against him specifically in a lot of ways, because None of your other 2-drops really punish people for casting discard spells. Like Pile Driver can, but it kind of depends on what the him hits. Because if you go like Pile Driver War Chief and then they him you, then they're just gonna die. But if they go, you go Pile Driver and then they play him and then they like hit your War Chief, then you're like, okay, I gotta like Matron Firming Leader to recover, and then they have the turn of Breathing Room. It's like not as good. Pile Driver's still very good against basically all the blue decks right now and all the combo decks. I think Pile Driver is very good right now in general because we want to be proactive. We want to 2-drop that survives Plague, and this also does that. But if if someone casts discard spells and you have a Grenzo in play, and then you just start casting cards off the top of their deck, and generally speaking in Legacy, your opponent's individual cards will be better than yours. Not always, but sometimes, usually. And Grenzo also bails you out against certain decks, like you can get discard spells against Storm. You can get sometimes the rituals actually help you get to a squad that you otherwise wouldn't be able to get to. The Exile off the top can randomly kill a Doomsday player, which is kind of hilarious. You can cast your control opponent's Haymakers, or against Miracles in particular, if they set up a Terminus, or Entreat, you can exile the Terminus or Entreat from the top of their deck, which is just like kind of insane. I really like Grenzo right now. Chain Whirler, there's a lot of Elves. Elves is one of the better positioned decks in the format, I think, and having the main deck Whirler has been really helpful. Like, I played without the Whirler, and I'm like, keep running into situations like, oh, if I had a Whirler in my deck, I'd actually win this game 1, and winning game 1 is really huge. Trashmaster, kind of same deal. And there's also the fact that with this particular setup, we're a little weaker to Death and Taxes because we don't have many Mogg War Marshals, and these 4 2-drops are all kind of bad against D&T. Pile Driver gets bricked by Thalia, and like Mother of Runes and all those kind of things. Grenzo is very risky because of Flicker Wisp. Sometimes, obviously, there are some cards that you really, really want to hit with Grenzo. Like, you could hit a Vial. Getting an extra Vial could be huge. Getting a Mother Rune is insane. But also, if they Flicker Wisp the thing, then they get a free card that you had to pay mana for and they didn't. So that's kind of a blowout. So these cards are all kind of bad against 7 taxes, but Trashmaster's insane. So we're hedging, we're compensating for a weaker 2-drop slot with this really, really good card in the matchup. Earwig Squad's good against the top 2 combo decks right now. Kind of 2 of the 3, because Sneak and Show is probably the best, or Sneak and Show is one of the best. Doomsday is also one of the best. Earwig Squad insta-kills Doomsday. And Ant is on the rise with Cyrus coming back to the game. And Dan Yamato's been putting up results with his Ant list that Cyrus has been running as well. And so Ant's coming back, and that makes me want to play Squad again. Also, the control decks are more win condition light than they used to with Okogon. And so squatting out win conditions from control can be legitimately quite strong. Would I say Sneak and Show is the best matchup out of those 3? Out of Doomsday, Ant, and Sneak and Show? Yes. Doomsday's maybe better, though. That's a tough question, Lynn. Because, yeah, it's close. I mean, it's nice. Like, all 3 of those combo decks are among Goblins' better combo decks. Doomsday feels like it should be the worst matchup for Gobs. I don't think that's true just because, unlike other combo decks, or some other combo decks, Lackey's really good against Doomsday. Their life total matters to such an extent. That it is very dangerous for them to do a pass the turn pile against Goblins. And if they don't do a pass the turn pile, first of all, they just need more to go off, right? That's harder for them to do through like Wasteland supports. And they walk harder into both Red Elemental Blast and Maverick Trap, our two best sideboard cards against them. So it's hard to, Doomsday. So you have to like Dark Ritual Doomsday and go off in one turn and somehow not walk into Mindbreak Trap. I don't really see Pyroclasm ever in Doomsday. Push, yeah. Push is annoying. But a lot of Doomsday players play Baleful Strix to trim up their Delver matchup, and Pile Driver is great there. Like we saw that last stream against Max, where the Pile Driver could ignore the Baleful Strix. Like I think I drew an Expert and it didn't matter anyway, but I was in a position where if I drew any Goblin, the Pile Driver one-shotted them. Because he Doomsday down to 9, and I had a War Chief in play. Why no Snoop? I think I actually do want to re-explore Snoop, because Snoop's biggest problem in the prior meta was Dreadhorde Arcanist just completely obliterated that card. I don't really like the Snoop combo. I don't like the play patterns of it. I think it makes you bad against things you shouldn't be bad against. And I really don't want to register Bogger Harbinger. Grumgully with Snoop. That's something. That's something. Yeah, I think Doomsday is a pretty fine matchup. It depends on their version. Like the personal tutor lists are a lot scarier because they're much more consistent going off on turn 2. And they have like dazes and stuff, so you do have to find your cavern a lot of the time. And Wasteland's Import's a little worse because they have more fast mana. Obviously, like a big surprise, faster version of the combo deck is better against goblins. Big whoop. But your hate is relatively better as well. How good is Depths right now? I've played against it once or twice. The thing with combo and legacy is the combo decks come and go based on how much the top pilots of them play. So like Sneak and Show is back because JPA is playing Sneak and Show again. Ant is back because Cyrus and Daniel are playing again. Tom Hep, Negator 77, isn't playing right now, and so I don't think you're going to see a lot of depths. I think that's just like a fact of how the legacy format works online. Is the combo players follow the leader a little bit. They look at their best pilots to gauge like, is our deck well positioned right now or not. All right. Any other things about the list? Oh yeah, I just love, like, I want to appreciate how beautiful this sideboard is. It is like just the nicest sideboard. 3 Red Elemental Blast, 2 Relic, 2 Surgical. So we have 2 Fair Graveyard, 2 Unfair Graveyard cards. 2 Mindbreak Trap for fastest combo. 2 Pyrokinesis for creatures. A 2 durable Tarfire for Plague Engineer. A 2 durable Muxus for combo and control matchups. To supplement the one in the main. And then a split of Karakas and Blood Moon for... This is for depths specifically, and then this is... but it's also good against some of the Uro decks. Reanimator, Sneak and Show. And Blood Moon is good against lands and depths. It's risky because of Force of Vigor, but it's really high upside. And then it also beats the bug decks. The bug decks. So you have 2 cards that overlap in one section of the metagame against the depths and lands-based strategies, and then they also have kind of other utility in other matchups. So I just like looking at the sideboard. Just makes me happy. It's just like the nicest looking sideboard. Nothing will ever be the glory of 2011 Goblin sideboards. 3 Pyrokinesis, 3 Mindbreak Trap, 3 Red Elemental Blast. 3 Corrosive Grip, 3 Relic Pagodas, yeah. I mean, this is pretty close to that. It's pretty close to that. And I think people back in the day built decks strangely, where they were like hyper averse to 1-ofs. Do I think a Turbomuxus deck is viable? Yes. I think Turbomuxus is fine right now. I think its viability heavily is affected by how good Chalice is at the moment. So that's kind of a thing. I do think Turbomuxus suffers from Plague Engineer more than regular Goblins, though. It has fewer answers. And I think something important about the way that this deck is built is that it is built to be able to Gem Palm Incinerate Plague Engineer. And there's a huge difference between Gem Palming Plague Engineer and Crater Makering it. Just like a massive, massive difference. So if you can consistently go up a card when you're killing the engineer, you are going to be much more successful against the card. All right, that's enough me yammering. I want to look at my last two leagues. There's the 5-0 and the 4-1. Yeah, no Old Border War Marshal or any other stuff. I was kind of bummed. We did get Kiki Jiki, but I already have assigned Champion Swale Kiki Jiki, and I'm not really too keen to replace it. We could get Munitions Expert in the multicolor cards that are spoiled the next couple days. That would be really cool. And I am really crossing my fingers for Relic of Progenitus and Aether Vial. We get Old Border Vials. That would just be the coolest shit. Like, I would be so happy. Also, we did get some cyber cards. We got Chalice's Old Border now, and Leyline's Old Border now. I really love the Old Borders. They're so good. So good. Okay. So I went on a losing streak. I lost like 7 in a row, and I was like, okay, this stuff's just not working. Also, observe when I was playing, though. Like, 3:06 a.m., 3:26 a.m., 3:47 a.m. Finally stopped. Oh, no, I played one here. 3:58 a.m., 4:16 a.m. That's when I stopped. I like 2-3, and I was like, okay, I'm done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, so starts here. All right. So this is with this exact 76, yeah. All right, so we're gonna take a look at these matches and then probably play a league after that. Is the plan for today. All right, so we're on the draw here. Don't know what my opponent's playing against. Obviously, I keep a bit of a risky hand though, right? Like if your Lackey gets dealt with, you're gonna draw, so it probably will. You got the Skirk as extra acceleration, so the Skirk is nice here to keep his hand from crumbling to a removal spell. The Ringleader's a little unnecessary here, but if you draw lands, you want it. His opponent goes Underground Sea Pond or Snow Shuffle. I think there is a conversation of to Wasteland there or Cavern Lackey, but given that I don't know what they're on, they could be on Delver, they could be on Combo, could be on Control. Wastelanding there when they don't shuffle, I don't really like it, because, again, my hand's pretty clunky if this gets answered. So, opponent fetches an island and passes, is weird. Definitely weird. I kind of thought they were going to play like a Baleful Strix there, but this passing makes me think that they were combo. So I hit him, put in a War Chief, because now when this is down, I can wasteland way more freely, right? Because I got double discount. So I could play Matron, but I thought Skirk plus Wasteland's way better because I can Matron next turn. watching Jim play Goblins on stream, there's wastelands punts way too quickly. That's interesting. It takes a lot of discipline to not wasteland your opponent. But here, obviously, now I can. It's pretty free. Got 2 more lands in hand. I had Tarmogoyf. Okay, so now we know our opponent's on some sort of fair deck. I wonder if they fetched Island by accident. I wonder if they meant to get a green source and misclicked. Anyway, this is kind of a cool turn here. It's tough to decide what to do. It is worth saying that if this was Munitions Expert, this turn's like way easier. But it's not that big a deal. Because we can get a cool line here. One of his Mog Monday showdowns be in a mirror and play me. I would not want to do that because I hate playing the Goblin Mirror. I really do. Alright, so we can't just incinerate the Goyf because then it becomes a 3/4 because Jump Home enters the graveyard first. So obviously we're just going to cast the Matron here. And what I really want to do, since I had the Ringleader as payoff in my hand, I want to get this Lackey to connect. And so the best way to do that is to Matron for a Mogwar Marshal. You could also make an argument to Matron for Pile Driver, sack Matron, cast Pile Driver. But then if they just like take, 7, they take 10, and then they block the Lackey, and if they have like something to stabilize, it's kind of rough. They also could have Force Will for the Pile Driver. So I take a War Marshal here, because the thing is, they see that I've already used my Cavern. I don't think they're going to, if they have a Forcible, I don't think they're going to Forcible this Mogwar Marshal. Because it would be kind of weird for them to do that, right? Because like, okay, if I'm using the Mogwar Marshal as a ritual, wouldn't they just force the thing that I'm ritualing out because they know I've already used my Cavern? But this causes them to get punished by Jump Home Incinerator. So 3/4 kills the Goyf. Swing for 5, and I get to put in a Ringleader for free. And Ringleader hits just a Pile Driver, so kind of a bummer. But Pile Driver is still like super threatening on this board because now we're going from hitting them for 7 to hit them for like 1 million. So I could sack a token to play a Pile Driver. But the thing is, given how their mana looks like, they can't go Abrupt Decay plus Threat. So they can't like kill War Chief plus deal with Lackey. Hey Nathan, thanks for the tier 1 sub for 8 months. 4-month streak. Appreciate you, man. Glad you're here. Alright, so just pass here. Got punked on by Goblins twice in a row today. Rough. So I thought this was Plague Engineer, and they play a Level, and they just absolutely die. Sling Gang's kind of icing on the cake, but it's just a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 damage Pile Driver. Pro Blue, broken. Games feel close to Muxus hits, yeah. Muxus has a habit of making close games not close. Alright, so pretty easy one there. They play the Goyf. Got Jump Palmed. Played Leave Old. Got Pile Driven. Let's go to game 2 here. And I think against the bug decks, winning game 1's pretty important. Because in all the post-board games, they're going to have probably 3 Plague Engineers. And I do think this build is very good against Plague. That's like a huge upside of this particular iteration of the deck, because I really, really like how it does against Plague Engineer. All right, I got to go real quick, guys. I'll be back in just a minute, and you all can think about whether or not this hand is a keeper or mull. All right. Okay. All right, so we've got Keeper Moles. Yes, this is bug stuff. Bug mid-range, because we saw 2 basics. It's not Delver. So Nox with the tier 1 sub for dude, that's a whole year. It's a whole year. Thanks, Carrie. Hope you're doing all right. All right, so yes. Okay, so some people say keep. Some people say mull. Like 50-50 in chat. All right, let me pull up how I sideboarded as well. So, ordered in off of relatively little information. 2 Red Elemental Blasts. 2 Red Elemental Blasts, 2 Relic of Progenitus, and the second Muxus, because the bug decks are pretty bad against Muxus. Oh, I gotta... Hold on. Gotta edit the decklist command. Edit com. Nice. All right. All right, so I boarded out, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. And I boarded in two blast, not 3 because that seems like overkill until I see something like super, super scary. Hey, Marcel. We're reviewing a 5-0 and a 4-1 and then playing a league. So we're just started. So we're in game 2, up a game against bug mid-range or control. It's 2 blast, 2 relic, and Muxus, and the last cut, or what was the last ad, I should say. Oh, Blood Moon. Or Tarfire. 2 Reb, 2 Relic, Blood Moon, Tarfire, both of them. Hold on. No, I'm confusing myself. Looks like I boarded in. Yeah, I boarded in both the Blood Moon and the Tarfire. Oh, no. The Pithing Needle, that I was wrong. This is not the exact list. The Pithing Needle wasn't here before the Blood Moon was. All right, so I did board in the Tarfire. And we cut 3 lackeys, Skirk, Trashmaster, and 1 Gem Palm. Thinking that, so the Gem Palm is a little weird, but I didn't really know what they were doing. I thought they might be a little light on creatures. Gem Palm's not great at killing Tarmogoyf in particular. And I'm boarding in the Tarfire as removal for Engineer anyway, so I thought maybe Shavage Gem Palm. I'm not actually like super happy with that decision. That's maybe questionable. But yeah, Trashmaster, Steve, against, I think game 1, it's good because they don't have a lot of ways to answer it, right? They have like maybe 1 to 2 fatal pushes. No any chance to snake camp. No, Butter is curled up underneath her little tree. She's not looking for visitors right now. Like the thing about, yeah, they could play Assassin's Trophy since we know they're playing basics. They're probably mid-range or controls. They're probably playing some number of Assassin's Trophy. And it's just like, it's kind of 4 mana. We're on the draw. It doesn't die to Abrupt Decay, which is good, but it doesn't necessarily interact with him really, except for maybe Baleful Strix. Anyway, all this is to say, I believe I keep this hand because this hand doesn't really care about Plague Engineer. We got 2 X2s. We got a Cavern Souls already, and we have a Wasteland. They showed that while they do have basics, they're also willing to fetch. They like led on Underground Sea last game, so I think the Wasteland could also get them. I believe I keep this. They don't Trout Noble Hark. And then I'm like, okay, I feel stupid for cutting this Gem Palm Incinerator. Because you want basically all the removal in the world when you play against mana dork decks. Second Reb is a medium minus draw. So land go. I'm not going to wasteland my opponent. They're Noble Hierarch. So green sun for 2. I didn't know what this was going to... I thought this maybe get like scavenging use or something, but they'd actually just green sun for Tarmogoyf. And a 0/1 Tarmogoyf, very powerful. So if I'd known exactly what they were doing, I probably would have ordered in a Pyrokinesis against them. But that's fine. We draw Ringleader. So now we're just like, okay, we're just gonna go long game, just gonna play my stuff. There's nothing blue that they can play next turn that's like must reb, you know? Replicate Pile Driver, it's fine. Web's pretty big, it's 4/5. Swings the Hierarch. But see, here's the second Pile Driver, and like that's a really good draw. Because now they're gonna believe that they can keep hitting me with this Goyf, and then I'm just gonna hit them back for more. So they play a Plague here. And since I'm pretty sure they're bug, given the fact they're playing this Triumph, I'm not worried about like Swords of Plowshares. So take 4 again. Again, look, this Plague doesn't actually cripple us in any way, shape, or form, right? No interest in wastelining them. They've got plenty of mana. Ringleader. Ringleader hits Expert, Jump Home, Crater Maker. Obviously a very good hit. These are all 3 cards. All of them kill Plague Engineer here. Play Pile Driver. I think there's an argument to hold up the rep here in case they were to play like a Jace. But I didn't want the Pile Driver to get discard spelled because I have 3 ways to kill Plague. This becomes the most valuable card in my hand. So they attack for 4 again. I take it, I go to 5. The Assassin's Trophy, my Cavern. So obviously that screams that they have counter spells, right? So now I feel really good about my 2 reps in hand. I actually misplayed this turn. I tap wrong, which leads to a little bit of an awkward situation. Sling Gang's decent draw because now we can finish the game pretty quickly after this play gets taken out. Play Wasteland. Play Crater Maker. Oh, don't bug out replay. Yeah, this is not what I did. Yeah, this is not what happened. All right, we'll have to reload. Classic Moto replays. Forgetting how the games go. We're on turn 5. Quality program strikes again. Okay. There we go. All right, so what I am doing here is trying to set up to kill the Tarmogoyf and the Plague Engineer in the same turn. Unreliable narrator makes the story more interesting. So this is the play to get both their threats off the table at once, right? But here's a subtle thing. I do mistap, which costs me a turn here. So the way you're supposed to do this, you play the Crater Maker. I'm not going to Crater Maker the Plague Engineer, because what I want to do is I want to kill the Plague Engineer and then Munitions Expert the Goyf. Because if I jump on this, it dies even if their hand is double removal spell somehow. Yeah, I also don't know how Moto Invents plays. I like legitimately don't understand how that happens. So 4 Goblins in play. We swing for a ton. Like 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We swing for 13, so they have to jump the Hierarch most likely. And then we get to go, this is dead, this dies, and then Expert the Goyf. So we swing. Oh, right. So at this point, I did consider that I'm at 5, and if the Goyf grows and they somehow can blow me out here to some extent, I I could just die. Right? Like if they kill this and then this blocker doesn't resolve, I could just die. And I'm thinking they have a counterspell in hand because they trophied my Cavern instead of my War Chief. Hey, Eric. So I opted to do something a little bit different than what I was actually explaining. With the I think I realized like right before my entire set that I'm like, oh, this Goyf could just absolutely kill me. But here's where I make the mistake. I tap the mountain instead of the wasteland to pop the Crater Maker. And the problem with this is that now I can't hold up Reb and Expert. I still hit them for 5. But now they force this Expert pitching force negation. And now I'm like, oh my god, what a punt. What a punt. So yeah, that was just a tapping mistake. But, you know, I did hold back my Ringleader, and they can't Abrupticate this, so not dead. So block so I don't go to 1 and die to something. But now I get to play my Sling Gang. They have Hardcast Force of Will, and then I just rep it back and kill them. So, could have been easier. Could have been easier. But it worked out. Pile Driver. Very good card. Hits for lots of damage. Ends game. Alright. That was round 1. Oh, is it now? Now this game's kind of a trip. This match is kind of a trip. This is Manaless Dredge, which does not show up that often. So I keep this kind of like medium hand, the blind obviously. But, you know, Goblins keeps these hands all the times, right? You got turn 1 Vial, you got a Wasteland to delay to get the Vial to tick up. You got a Gem Palm if you draw some Goblins. You got a War Chief to do something good on turn 3 if you draw, or turn 4 if you draw like a Matron or Ringleader. Vial instantly resolves. My opponent goes to discarding Stinkweed Imp. And I'm like, okay, I'm in danger. We need to find Skirt Prospector. Rashad Port pointedly does literally nothing. Alright, so their first Dredge hits a Bridge, another Shadow, a Grave Troll, and a Spy. So I'm cycling Gem Palm here because I'm really looking for Skirk as soon as possible, and hopefully I can Vial it in here. Draw a second Vial. Does not do anything. They discard a second Bridge. I'm like, oh my god, please give me Sack Outlet. Draw another land. Play my War Chief. And I'm pretty sure I just die. Yeah. Well Therapy. Double Bridge activation. And at this point, I'm just like, okay, gotta draw. I have to draw a Mation for Muxus to win. So they don't attack. Skip their bridges and draw Lackey and die. Very interesting gameplay. Game 2 is a lot. Well, actually, Game 2 is kind of silly as well. So I forget to give them the play. Which is something you should always remember against Manaless Dredge. You should always give them the play, because then you just get a card for free. Mulligan to that. Obviously, no hate. Mulligan this as well. Yep. Now this is a fine 5, right? We got Relic, 3 lands, Matron. And I sideboarded, cuddled the Vials, cut down to 1 Ringleader, Shave to Gem Palm, boarded in 2 Relics, 2 Surgical, 2 Power Kinesis. I think game 3 I boarded in a Pithy Needle for Phantasmagorian, because that actually does let them be more explosive than they otherwise would be. Yeah. So, here's the thing. I don't play the Relic turn 1. Because they can't put a creature into play on turn 1, so they can't. I don't have to worry about Cabal Therapy. And if they know about the Relic, they're gonna immediately start playing around it and like start discarding their worst creatures to hand size rather than like their Grave Troll or whatever. They discard Phantasmagorian, which is fairly scary. Pyrokinesis is a nice pickup because that means I can let some things enter the battlefield and not pop my relic. All right, so they cycle here, try to hit like Narcomoebas probably. So they go pretty hard here. So out of cards in hand, put up the Phantasmagorian, Creeping Chill Me, Surprise Amalgam, an Icarid, a Cabal Therapy. Their Thassasaur has 2 Price Amalgams. And because there's 2 amalgams, I know I'm going to be forced into cracking this this relic anyway. So I think I just pop it here. Yeah, I think I just popped and then they went to draw step and succeeded. That's Manaless Dredge. It is not the most durable deck. They don't have the green cards to support something like Force of Vigor, which makes things a lot easier. So again, so they put me on the play. So this hand's great, right? Aside the fact that it doesn't cast goblins. But we've got the relic, we've got a Pithy Needle, so we can play the Pithy Needle in turn 1, stop their most explosive thing, which is the Phantasmagorian, and then play the relic with the activation backup. Obviously, Wasteland is literally wastes in this matchup, but that's good enough for me. And they end up having a chance at the Annex, so that makes the Pithing Needle even better. Just to have something to throw into the Chancellor. Draw port. East it's a land, but it doesn't really do anything. So they discard Phantasmagorian, so the Pithing Needle would have been good. But don't have the luxury of waiting. So I don't... Okay, so here's the thing. I don't actually tap the relic immediately. Because if I tap the relic, then they activate the Phantasmagorian and then can give me like a worse card, or give themselves a worse card to exile with the relic ability. So I just pass, and I don't want to let them have a chance of like hitting something before they hit their own draw step because of a like Dredger. So I just pass, and then I end step tap. So I do that. No Dredgers, Creeping Shield, Contagion, Cabal Therapy. Finally draw the Mountain, which is nice. And we can finally start attacking them at least a little bit. A little awkward that I have 2 4-drops that I can't afford. I both literally can't cast and can't afford to cast until the relic is popped or I have 5 lands. War Chief would have been nice that turn, but this is a classic Goblins problem, right? You know, all colorless lands, but that's obviously especially painful in this matchup where they don't have any lands themselves. These are just bad cards. So they discard Grave Troll, draw Ringleader, still not going to cast it. Too risky. You have to be aware of something like Street Wraith. You're doing stuff here. Boom. So they dredge in their upkeep. Icarid. Okay, so they dredge again. Goblin Surge's effective 0 cards in hand after 4 cards is pretty impressive. Yeah. The thing is, you know, if we draw a black source, the Slang Gang will essentially end the game. If you draw a red source, the War Chief kind of does the same thing. Just trying to get as much, this is a funny draw though, much value as possible out of our relic. But land lets us Ringleader. We hit a Matron and a Grenzo. Grenzo doesn't really do a whole lot, but Matron does, because we can Matron for Prospector and then actually unlock our hand. And we're still hitting them for 5. And since at this point, you know, they had 2 Icarids, probably some Muggums, so at this point I was kind of forced to pop the relic and draw Skirk, and Skirk's great. Discard Phantasmagorian. Here's the thing. What is the line here? I missed the line here. Someone figure it out. There's a 100% correct line here. Yep. Matron for Marshall is correct. What do you do after you Matron for Marshall? Also, when do you Matron for Marshall? Do you attack first or not? Cast Grenza, cast Narcomoebas. Cool line. Not correct, but cool line. I think you do it first for extra damage. Cast Warchi plus Lackey. Yeah. Yeah, so this is... I was thinking like, oh, I'll do that post-combat because I want the extra damage off the pile driver. But the thing is, we actually have lethal here. So, sack Ringleader, tap 2 lands, cast Matron. Get Mog War Marshal. You have 2 lands left over. Sack Matron, tap the other Wasteland, cast War Marshal. Sack War Marshal, 2 tokens. You have 1 token left over. Tap the last Wasteland, cast War Chief. Sack the last token to War Marshal, cast Lackey. You can attack for 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you put in Sling and kill them. So that was just a punt. I tunnel visioned on getting the 3 damage in off the pile driver when I could have done way more. So I just attacked first. And then I started doing it post-combat. Oh, playback's broken, but the game is essentially over. They can't do anything that scary with the Skirkin play. So if they can't bridge, the Prize Amalgam's come to play tapped if they got anything. Narcomoeba doesn't block, so they can't do anything. So yeah, I just messed up counting there. I didn't realize I had lethal. But that's a good lesson though. Like always look for lethal, even though it's a kind of somewhat unintuitive to sacrifice your creature before you get your pile driver damage in. All right, so that was game 3. It is much easier to figure out the puzzles when you have lethal. That is very true. Like the leading question of you know. Ooh, I was messing with the chat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I mess up anything? I should lock those things. Lock. Hold on. Chat box, lock. Still look okay? Or does it look weird? Chat, tell me. Drag the wrong thing. Yeah, it looks fine. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Or do I? Nope, just went away. God damn it. Anyway. Round 3, this is an interesting match. This is against Esper Mentor, Callum's deck. On the play, Mulligan the Sand, obviously. 1 lander. You need to draw multiple lands for the hand to be good. Okay, I sped through that, but that was actually an interesting question of whether or not you put back the Chain Whirler or you put back the Ringleader. If Chain Whirler's bad in the matchup, that decision is going to feel really bad, but also Chain Whirler's a 1 of, you're less likely to redraw it, whereas Ringleader you have 3 of. You can shuffle and then you can matron for it. You know, like obviously you can matron for Chain Whirler anyway, but you can matron for, you want to matron for Ringleader more often anyway. So I put back the Ringleader there, but it does come back to bite me, actually. I actually, yeah. Monkey, I actually kind of agree with you. I really like open deck lists. Off topic, are you running to Brazen Borrowers? Yeah, reasonably common card. All right, so Mountain Vial resolves. Fog. See Flooded Strand. Usually pretty happy about Flooded Strand decks, especially Flooded Strand Island, unless it's a Sneak and Show. But if it's a Sneak and Show, then I at least have a Crater Maker Farmer. Cool. So they ponder, shuffle. Right here, I just want to draw over Schadenport. Second counter's not bad, though. Don't play the Crater Maker because I don't know what opponent's on, and a random 2-2, you know. I'd rather have this as an answer than as a threat. Third Cavern. So still not playing anything. This is maybe too conservative. I could just play the Chain Whirler here. I could, I don't know. I think this screams Swords of Plowshares, and I want, like, if they're going to plow my Crater Maker, I want to take something with it, At least a Snapcaster. So they cycle Unearth, so now I'm thinking Esper Vial. And again, I don't put in the Crater Maker, because either of the Unearth decks, either Esper Vial or Esper Mentor, play Plague. And Esper Mentor also plays Monastery Mentor, so the Crater Maker has a lot of value, so I don't just file it in there. Flashing Mounts is kind of cool. Now I'm just going to try to play a flash game with the Vial. And with the fourth land, the Pashlik can get value even if it gets killed, which is kind of cool. It goes land, the Fairy, bounce the Vial. So obviously I'm putting in something here. So it's a question of Pashlik or Chain Whirler. I'm curious what you all think. So now you're putting Monastery Mentor in the deck, which incentivizes you to keep the Chain Whirler to some extent, right? We also know they're playing Befelstrix and Snapcaster Mage, so a mass X1 sweep is pretty awesome. But the Chain Whirler putting into play would immediately kill the Fairy, so you can swing for 3 on your turn, assuming they don't plow. But if they do have plow, then they have to fetch Tundra, and you can wasteland them, so there's some value there. So this is Esper Mentor, not Esper Vial. This is it's kind of Esper midrange deck that Captain Smith Whitefaces created and won a Legacy Challenge with. Yeah, Bolas. I do go with the Pashlik here because if they go for a plow, then I can just activate Pashlik, ping down the Teferi, and then I have 2 1/1s. But opponent does not go for the end step plow, which is smart because it kind of time walks me. It doesn't really matter because I'm not doing anything else with my mana. But at least means it does mean I can't wasteland them and play my Vial again. So make my 2 1/1s. And I do decide to wasteland them instead of getting the Vial back going because the difference between 3 mana and 4 mana is kind of a lot in this deck because, first of all, they play Jace. Second of all, 4 mana is when they can start going Mentor plus spell to protect it. Pretty big. So they ponder, and I play Mentor. Here, kind of a forced play. I should have attacked first. Just realized. I should attack first because what they do here is they force just for prowess. Which is smart. Otherwise the Mentor dies and gets no value. So they force with ponder. So now I have to wait until their upkeep to pop the Crater Maker, which is a lot more dangerous. And I figure I'm going to Vial on the Lackey anyway, so I'm not going to play it. And I could have popped it in their upkeep, but I thought, the chances are that they can Snapcaster Plow if I do it in their upkeep. There's a lot of cards they could play. So I figured I'd just wait until their first non-creature spell to so force them to have 2 instants, basically. So this is like the worst case for me, is this Inquisition here is so bad. Because losing this Chain Whirler is so bad. Also, but consider if this was a Ringleader, I would have been able to cast this Ringleader already. I would have cast it the turn before they played the Teferi, so I've already had a 2/2 in play. I could have potentially hit a Matron with the Ringleader, and then this would have found a Chain Whirler for the thing, or just gotten a Gem Palm and Gem Palm this. Like, the Mulligan decision ended up being really punishing. So forced to go with the Crater Maker there, and then their last card is a Plow. So basically everything goes wrong. That could go wrong there. So they have 0 cards, but they have a Mentor. Doesn't feel great. And I've used both my Pashlik and my Chain Whirler, so these Mentor tokens are actually kind of difficult to get rid of. I'll draw Sling Gang, which is an okay draw. Yeah, and top deck Snapcaster. So I'm kind of just getting killed by this Mentor because of the Inquisition was just super good. So I cracked the Islet to try to find something. Like maybe if I can Matron for Expert. If I hit Matron, I can Matron for Expert, kill the Mentor, and then maybe with double Sling Gang, I can, if they get too aggressive, I could kill them on the backswing. But didn't find it, and I'm not technically dead here, but it's very hard to not die. So, lost game 1, which is a little dicey, because now you have to concern yourself with, like, Plague, Unearth, Plague. Let's see how I sideboarded here. So, again, cut 3 lackeys, cut a Prospector, poured in 2 Rebs, 1 Pyrokinesis, actually, Sling Gang and Trash Master. I actually talked to Callum a decent bit, about how to sideboard in this matchup, and there's a lot of consideration of like how good is Pyrokinesis, but like they play a lot of creatures that Pyrokinesis is good against, but they're also a him deck, so that's pretty dangerous. So I like the 1 Pyrokinesis as a hedge of catching you up if you're too far behind, and having an extra non-creature answer to Plague Engineer, so they have like double Plague. You have a Pyrokinesis to draw to kill both of them. So I'm just shaving down on X1s, and Sling Gang, I thought, with 3 Plagues in their deck, plus Unearth, plus Snapcaster, I don't really want to Sling Gang until I'm actually going to kill them. So it's not that necessary. And Trash Master, their only artifact is Baleful Strix, and I don't really want a 4-mana Shatter Baleful Strix. You know, it does survive Plague, but it's also a Versaplow deck, so it doesn't great. So this hand, this hand is dicey, but I'm on the play. I have double Vial, and this hand's just insane if these Vials stick. And something notable about Esper Mentor, it is pretty soft to Vial. They have 2 disenchants. This list turns out to have Containment Priest in their list, but Cam's list didn't, and he just had the 2 disenchants. And that meant, if you resolve your Vials, like, they're in really bad shape. So this hand's only really bad against, like, Force your Vial, Thoughtseize your next one. Draw land, perfect. Now I don't show that I'm land light as well. They get an island and a set brainstorm. That's like such a good sign for me, because that means that they're not going to him me. So this is just like patience. All patience is this game. They brainstorm again. Don't shuffle. They like what they see. The Inquisition. Just let it go. I could have vialed in the Crater Maker, but I didn't see that much of a point. In fact, I kind of wanted them to take the Crater Maker, because I think both the Matrons are better than either the Crater Maker. And they, if you have the opportunity to let your opponent make a mistake, then you just let it happen. So draw another 2-drop is great. So now I can use both my Vials efficiently. The Mentor of 1 mind. All right, so they get their draw 2, which is pretty good. But I don't want them. If they're gonna force of will their own of 1 mind, that puts them down so few cards, and then I can just Matron for another removal spell. So I thought that was pretty free to kill that right there. Hero Squad's like kind of cool, but mostly because this Vial's gonna go up to 6, so now I have a 5-drop to put in with the Vial along the way. And we've got a Ringleader here. Again, we're just going maximum grind. We're gonna go Vial 4 and 3, and then Vial 4 and 5, then Vial 4 and 6 most likely. So upkeep I Matron. Because I find that right here I have a good opportunity to put in a lot of damage. And I want to keep my Vials ticking up. I believe I Matron for Chain Whirler here. Yeah. And I draw Pyrokinesis, which is also very good with the Ringleader already in my hand. This is a little bit risky against a Plague. This is arguably not a great play. But their Plague killing 2 Matrons is like not that big a deal. Stack the vials. Let 1 go up to 4. Vial it in. So I put the vial up to 4, and then I vial in this Ringleader before this vial gets to 5, because if I find a second Ringleader, I'll probably vial this in and forego the Earwig squad. And I find Muxus, Gempalm, Pashlik. Okay, so like, okay, 100% getting to Muxus this game now. Red Elemental Blast is great because now I can protect my REB, or protect my Pyrokinesis with the REB. Here's a small thing. You swing first. Get your pile driver up to... Get the pile driver pump first, and then cycle the Gempalm. Oh. Hit the wrong button, but that's fine. So see, we got to Gempalm the Plague Engineer, and that's awesome. And look at the situation. We have 7 cards in hand. Got an anti-counter spell, a Wrath, double Muxus, Pashlik Mons, Pile Driver coming up, and 5 power on board. Opponent's just super dead. Like, okay, so they disenchant 1 vial. They find their disenchant. But now we have an Earwig squad. The other vial goes to 5. Swing for 1,000,000, and they do go for Snapcaster, and we have Reb for Snapcaster. But even if we didn't have the Reb there, you know, they can plow, block, take 3, and then they need to find another disenchant or another Reb to not die to the Muxus on the next turn. So double vial really, really good against this deck. And also Gempalm Incinerator, insanely good. So unfortunate I have to mulligan again, but this is a pretty good 6 double vial again. This time I brought out all the lackeys. Everything else is the same. Just really not interested in Goblin Lackey in this matchup. Land go. They don't have any land hand in the deck, so I just want to get my black source in play first and foremost. Play Containment Priest main phase. I was really scared of him to Turok, honestly, but this is a funny game because now I want to develop my vials, but I also have to answer this priest for the vials to do anything. This is Esper Mentor, Steve. Yeah, I don't want them to continue to develop, and I don't need to play the second vial this turn, because obviously there's a priest already in play. Matron's great, because now I can find the path to priest. And we saw that they missed a land drop. So now this game's all about, like, how much can I deny their mana and still set up to kill the priest eventually. I can take a bunch of hits, their deck doesn't have reach. I wasteland even though okay, so this land is technically scarier because it represents plow, but against a lot of blue decks, right? If you wasteland the blue source and they miss land drops, they're relying on ponders and stuff. So like port or brainstorms as well, right? So porting the underground sea is a lot worse than wastelanding it. Whereas the only relevant spell that this casts at sorcery or at instant speed is plow. Expert's nice, so we're finding the way to eventually kill this priest. Now, I think this is actually a really interesting decision of like, do you let up for a turn here on the mana denial, or do you take the opportunity to develop the second vial, which will be better once you eventually kill this priest? You play Pashlik. That seems like the obviously worst choice because then I just plow it and then you're sad. I think there's an argument to play the Matron here. Because if it resolves, they very easily could have force vial because they probably don't force vial if they have Containment Priest in their opener, right? But I would like to draw another land before I play this Matron, so I can protect it with Reb, or draw a Cavern. But I decided to play the Vial here. But it is appealing, like, if you tap out for Matron that turn and it resolves, and then you get, like, probably get Ringleader. And then if you draw land, you can go port your scrub land, expert the Containment Priest, and then have your Vial be freed up. Yeah, JR, that's a reasonable point. Reasonable point for sure. They do draw the land here. And they pass. They don't have a Ponder in hand. It's notable. Draw Pile Driver. And now I really want to hold up this Reb. Maybe I'm over representing the Reb. Or maybe over emphasizing the Reb, but I really want to either resolve the Matron with Reb backup or draw Cavern. So push the Pile Driver. Kind of a bummer, but not that big a deal. So Vial's going 3 and 2. Being intuitive there. Well, Surgical. I thought about Surgicaling to see if they had Force in their hand, but I thought that was just too bad. I do resolve the Matron. I grab Crater Maker. So Crater Maker, I figured that if they get to 3 lands here, then I'll get to they might slam a Plague, in which case I can't expert the Priest anymore. Could have Matron for Tarfire. Could have Matron for Tarfire for sure. Maybe that's better. What I actually want to set up to do, though, is like expert the Priest and then have Crater Maker for the next threat. But maybe I'm supposed to just Matron for Tarfire plus port. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably better, actually. Just Matron for Tarfire. It felt like too low value. I hate Matron for Tarfire a lot of the time because it's such a weak card to tutor for. But, oh, the other thing was, if you get the Pashlik in play, the Crater Maker becomes better because it's an Arc Lightning. They plow the Matron, which I thought was interesting. But maybe they're playing around the expert, so they discard my Crater Maker, so it didn't really matter what I got. Continue attacking. I've taken 5 hits from this. Priest. So now I draw Pyrokinesis, so now I'm pretty good. I decided I ported Tundra here. After they didn't cast Ponder or anything, I probably should have ported the Scrubland, to be honest. Yeah, I think that was a mistake. So I fire off the Kinesis here because I'm... Oh, no, I Surgical first, right? Because I don't know if... I don't know if I need to protect this Pyrokinesis with the Reb or if I can pitch the Reb. Alright, so Surgical Plows, which is like a fine Surgical target. And I see their hand is... Also, I know they have 2 Plagues in their deck, not 3, but they have 2 Containment Priests. Strix, Mentor, of 1 Mind, Snapcaster, Unearth. So now we're in this kind of weird spot. Right? But it's not really that bad. So I saw I don't need to... Oh yeah, and they F6'd, which is why they didn't Unearth. It doesn't actually matter, though. Because if they were going to cast Unearth, it's a sorcery. I just flash in the Pashlik anyway. So they're a little less mana efficient than they otherwise would be. Is there a problem here? So they F6'd, and I get to Pashlik in. They don't get to cast their Unearth. File stays at 2. This goes to 3. Draw Crater Maker, which is very nice. I can start attacking for 2. It's just bears punching each other this whole game. Port their black source. Draw another black source. But now this is great. But another hand is still like pretty stacked, so I need to kill them somewhat quickly. Matron is the perfect draw. Because I know if once I kill this priest, they can snap unearth through the port. So I did need to draw something there. I would be able to expert the priest though, so like I would get there. Or still replays. I'm looking at my prior matches because I think a lot of them are pretty interesting. So they go for the Inquisition instead of, oh, can you not unearth Containment Priest? I've actually wondered about that. I know there are bugs with like Containment Priest and Exhume. I wonder if that's a bug that they were cognizant of. And that's why they went for the Inquisition. Does anyone know? Obviously, Inquisition gets blown out here because now we get to put lethal on the table in response. Or not technically lethal, but we get to swing for lethal because of it. So, Matron for Sling Gang in response. Take the Expert. We know Plow Surgical, so this doesn't represent anything. So here you just go sack, put them to 11, ping this, attack, sack everything. So that was game 3. Yeah, all right, so that was that match. All right, Lynn, it's you. All right, see you, Marcelo. I'll be happy to see your stream if I can. All right, so Blood Chalice here in the chat is known. I actually knew what he was playing. He's playing like a punishing Jeskai kind of Miracles-esque thing. I saw it in the Discord, so I had some knowledge of what was up. Hand's obviously a keep. Don't really want to draw lands, so fetch early. This is the Mountain Ponder Shuffle. Yep, or the Island Ponder Shuffle. Top deck Cavern's pretty good. Obviously late, but didn't have Force for Lackey anyway. Ringleader hits Muxus Cratermaker. Kind of perfect, right? 2-drop to fill the curve and best card in my deck in this matchup. And yeah, that's GG. So let's see, take a look at how I sideboarded here. So I shaved 2 lackeys, a Gem Palm, a Crater Maker, a Trash Master. I didn't board in any relics. I boarded in 1 surgical. Boarded in 3 rebs. So 3 reb, 1 surgical, 2nd Muxus. That was everything. Yeah, boarded out those 5. I kept Gem Palm. I kept Expert over Gem Palm because of Expert's pretty good against Dak. This hand's insane. It's like almost the perfect hand. If this was like, this is Cavern, it's like the only way to make it better. I do get kind of like blown out in this early game. File resolves. And then the Potent search for Escanta. Didn't see that one coming. So I draw a Muxus and that. So normally I would port here, but I feel like 2 lackeys versus 3 lands is better than 1 lackey with 1 land. I mean, 1 lackey with. But this does scream that I have 2 lackeys though, so there's telegraphing there. And my opponent mills a Plow. So this obviously puts alarm bells in my head. So this says to me Snapcaster Plow. Because now you get to plow, you get to snap plow, block both lackeys. I think that's a reasonable read. It turns out to not be correct. And to play around that, I motioned for Expert, because I thought that gives me the highest chance of connecting. So what turns out here is there was already a plow in hand, and then a brazen borrower for the other lackey. So that's kind of a bummer. Because that's bad, obviously, because now I've wasted my matron on a munitions expert that doesn't actually do anything. There's a Grove and a Savine's Reclamation on a Flooded Strand. Draw another land. So we do have 6 lands for Muxus. But I'm somewhat interested in mana now. I don't feel the need to Wasteland Grove there because I wanted to save the Wasteland for the search in the long run, and I didn't see a P-Fire yet, so I didn't think I had to Grove, but I get punished here by the milling off Ascanta. So Lackey gets P-Fired. Now I Wasteland the search. Flash and Borrower is fine. Vial's going all the way up to 6 in my mind, but I draw the Cavern, so I'm like, okay, I guess I don't have to do that anymore. I can leave my Vial on 4 and let it be more useful elsewhere. I'm just double porting. We got 3 cards and a Punching Fire. And I do want to keep my opponent off of 5 mana because of Flashback Savines is like good. Get back the search. I checked for Containment Priest right there. That's why I tapped the Vial. And I leave it on 4, top deck Sling Gang, which is great. It takes 1. I pick up the P-Fire. We're just trying to set up to Muxus when they're tapped low, so they can't do stuff to save themselves. Tap like I have Reb, even though I don't. And I'm assuming that this Sling Gang is going to get them to P-Fire the Sling Gang, so the Muxus, they'll be like close to tapped out when the Muxus enters the battlefield. Bring you for 1. Take a P-Fire. Probably playing around Surgical there. Draw 3rd port. Slam Muxus. Muxus gets plowed in response. I think you're not really supposed to do that. I think you're supposed to save it for a Haste Lord off the Muxus. Which does happen. This isn't technically lethal. My opponent goes to 1, so if they have Terminus on top of their deck, they're technically alive, right? Because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. But if they don't have exactly Terminus, they're literally dead. Plus, they can't use Fetch Lands or Force of Wills for the rest of the game. And I also get to exile the top like 8 cards of the library. Not use them, unfortunately, but it's kind of funny. All right. Here's round 5, which is the toughest one. And this is Esper Vial. This match is very close. Sounds great. Obviously, Cavern Lackey on the play, Wasteland, big thing, drop in, Ringleader to reload. Grenzo's a 2-drop. Great hand. Esper Vial does have a bad time against turn 1 Lackey. So at this point, I think I'm playing against Death and Taxes, right? And I believe my opponent is typically a Death and Taxes player. So decide to put in the Trashmaster here. Because I figure they're going to win this game, they have to have Plow for this Lackey, basically. And that means I'll get to kill the Vial for free. Okay, that makes sense, Lynn. Play my 2-drop. It helps against Esper Vial. There is no cost to not shatter Vial on 1 because their Vials on 1 don't do anything. Don't play Mother of Runes or Giver of Runes or any 1-drops. So now I'm like, okay, now it's Esper Vial. Meddling Mage, I think they may name Munitions Expert. Yep. Gem Palm would have been like the sickest draw ever there, but so Grenzo hits Meddling Mage and a Caracas, which is kind of cool. There is an argument that I'm supposed to like Meddling Mage, name Recruiter of the Guard, and then sack Grenzo, destroy their Vial there. But I don't know. It's like way better tempo to go cast Matron, sack Matron, destroy your Vial. I think that's what I end up doing. It is tempting though. It's like literally I'm passing up on a free card. Get a Gem Palm. Can't be Meddling Maged. Just want to kill their next threat. Brainstorm, Brainstorm. This is probably Plow. Ringleader hits War Marshal Matron cards. War Marshal is not great in this matchup because of Plague, but it's game 1. They only have 1, and they're not anywhere near that zone yet. Renzo hits Flicker Wisp and Venser. I obviously can't cast those, but the fact that those are exile is actually really nice. Exiling the critical 1-ofs from Esper Vial is very, very good. Charming Prince, they get Flicker their Strix. I could have played the War Chief there, but I tried to cycle. So I cycle Gem Palm here on the Charming Prince. 1, because it's a good way for them to generate value. 2, it blocks Pile Driver, which is kind of what I'm trying to get to, because they've already used 2 plows, and their deck doesn't block Pile Driver super well. And I'm trying to hit my 3rd land, or my 5th land rather, so I can play War Chief here. Lackey, which is not great. I trade off the Grenzo there because I don't want to give up that much damage. Creator Maker, they play Fairy, so, and I draw step, wasteland their Tundra, so they can't plow my War Chief here. I just put them to 1, just kind of make them have it. And since they have 3 cards, they've only got 4 mana, so even if they go, their deck is very, very 3-draw heavy. So what they're probably going to have to do is draw a 3rd plow, or 2 plows used, maybe just 1. Oh yeah, just 1. Oh, so they'll have to find a 2nd plow and a creature, and then the War Chief kills them, right? And if I draw land, then that kills them too. All right, so that was game 1. Lackey gets there, early pressure, kept him on the back foot the whole time. They were never able to, they never had the time to establish their value engine. This game's like kind of frustrating. I mulligan this. Esper Vial plays 1-2 Wastelands. The cards in my hand are like okay, but between Flicker Wisp and middle ways to tutor for it, we saw Venser. Between Skyclave Apparition, they have a lot of ways to handle this Vial, and so that's too risky. This hand's way better. Rep is nice. Both of us setting up. I wasteland the Tundra there, so they can't Skyclave on this turn. Again, Esper Vial, the critical point is 3 mana. So keep off 3 mana, they can keep doing a lot of things. And I'm trying to draw a Creator Maker here. I can pop their Vial, and then the Matron can get Trash Master and destroy their other Vial. Snake's in the other room. Not going to bother her right now. Sorry, Nathan. Post a picture on Twitter or something later. So War Chief's... Yes, I have a snake. I have a... Well, it's not really mine. It's a friend's that I'm snake sitting, so to speak. Albino corn snake. Name is Butter. She's very sweet. Here's a Meddling Mage. I could blast this. But It's like this is kind of like a low value card. A little awkward. It means I'm not using my mana. So the end step, Esper Vial, and that like giga sucks. Well, a second Reb, which is pretty bad. They can't cast 2 in 1 turn, which ends up being really, really punishing here. So they put in a Soul Herder, and before they get to their end step, I blast the Soul Herder. And then they have Unearth. So if I have another land here, if I had another red producing land here, I think I could pretty likely win this game. So I get to keep my other Vial. And I drew to draw the land. But now I'm like time locked because I have to kill this. So I think I also should have done it on my turn because their Vial on 3 was tapped. That was just a bad play. And I'm behind, so I feel like I have to play the War Chief here because of like, I don't know, I think I have to take a risk and be up on tempo. But I'm pretty sure the last card was Plow. So if I had gotten to untap my Vial there, I got to go like War Chief plus Matron. So the first Cavern being, also this black was bad. The first Cavern being Cavern and not another red source kind of killed me there. Well, you know, we're at 11. They have 2 cards. We're not super dead unless they have a Recruiter. At this point, I'm like, okay, I gotta just top deck the land, get Muxus. And they have a Flicker Wisp for Meddling Mage, and they rename Muxus, and that's obviously pretty bad. And now I'm like actually dying. This is where the block really hurts. They wouldn't have been able to swing with these 2 if I had the 1/1 token still in play. So at this point, I would need to draw Pyrokinesis. Draw Pyrokinesis, game's like pretty over still because I killed this. Still have 2 cards, but Pyrokinesis would have been very, very, very good. Also, I'm kind of dead to my own Fiery Islet here. It's unfortunate. So I'm just trying to set up to expert this, block this, go to 2, or go to 1, and then the last creature kills me. Also, the last, all right, the last card was Plague Engineer, so also not beating that. A lot of things went wrong that game. But the critical thing was the double Reb not working because of Cavern Mountain. Game 3, let me look at how I sideboarded again. So on the draw, I had like all the lackeys out. Now I'm down to Prospectors out, 1 lackey out, and then the rest in. Because they are really bad against turn 1 lackey. Rebs in, only 2 because you can get overloaded on them. 2 Pyrokinesis, Tarfire. Squad, I think Squad is actually reasonable against them because you take their tutor targets and their deck stops working. So maybe that should stay in, but it's also like hard to attack into a Vial deck sometimes. I don't know. Dicey. Sand's great, except the problem with the sand is that if you flood out, you die. Because you don't actually have anything to do with Lackey. I think technically speaking, I'm supposed to put in the pile driver, cast the Lackey, and pretend to hold up Reb, but that's like a super minor thing. So they drew a Vial. This play actually really confuses me. What happens here? Oh, no. That's fine. Never mind. So Expert's a fine draw. Not great, though. So they drew Vial for turn and then Brainstorm. Roy Bussy, thanks for the follow. I was really hoping they would play a Baleful Strix there. Catch my upkeep because I cannot afford to draw more lands. Draw Pyrokinesis, which is good later, but obviously doesn't solve the problem now of these lackeys not putting anything. I'm just like Matron or Ringleader amongst this, like wins the game. They let me gain 5 there, which is not ideal for them, but life total's not the hugest thing in this matchup. Lackeys are Mons Goblins Raiders right now. And this is the critical plague turn. Here he is. We are actually close to our cast. Obviously, and sucks now. I mean, we're not gonna die, but it certainly feels bad. Ringleader, best draw. Best draw on the deck, right there. Gives us red cards for the Pyro, because we don't want to pitch either of these. And this is just a fantastic Ringleader. It sends me the Pyrokinesis in my hand. There's actually nothing scary to attack into here. I want them to violence something. And this is like such a good exchange. We get to Pyrokinesis, these two strong cards, and get a 4/4. And I pitched the Expert there because I think they're going to have another Plague eventually, and Jump Helm can't be Meddling Maged. Strix is annoying versus the thing. This is an interesting spot, actually. I wanted to hold up Gem Palm because a lot of their synergies they do on their turn, like Matron for Recruiter, or sorry, Recruiter for Soul Herder, and then Violent the Soul Herder, target the Recruiter, get another thing. And so holding up removal spells on their turn is pretty high value. So I didn't want to, and I didn't want to just play the War Chief into a removal spell or another Skyclave and get nothing out of it. So I thought this was the opportunity to Matron. This is not what happened at all. All right, let's go back to turn 7 because that is not how that worked. They did have a Flicker Wisp, but that is not how that turn went. All right, turn 7. Well, Modern Horizons forces are better than their Allegiance counterparts, except the red one. I would say Force of Will is better than Force Negation. But overall, you're correct. Contagion is better than Force of Despair. Is that true? Oh no, Moto, come on. Come on. Don't bug out. The rest of this game is sweet. I was so stressed during this game. Playing for a 5-0, I playing against a really good player. I think Moto's bugging out because I like tap my lands and untap them once or twice. That spot. Because it's a hard call. God. That is really unfortunate. It's too bad. Well, I matroned for Chain Whirler. They end up going for a Wisp. And the game plays out in such a way that I get to hit them for 4 once, and then the final board state, I get to go like they're at 2. I Matron for Tar, or I play Trash Master. This game goes on for like quite a while longer. I kill both Soul Herders. They do find Recruiter. They have another Skyclave or another 2 Skyclaves. It's really unfortunate this game lags out because this is the most interesting game. Damn. There's 2 Skyclaves, 2 Soul Herders. They end up using Baron to start bouncing stuff because I killed both the Soul Herders. In the final turn, I go Trash Master, Matron for Tarfire, attack, sack sack Matron to Trash Master to kill your Baleful Strix, and then they have Skyclave, which has a War Chief and a Chain Whirler underneath of it. And concede because they can't block without losing one of the illusions. Or losing one of their Skyclaves and giving me a 3/3. And the Tarfire has them dead, so they have to either have Force or plow their own thing, which they don't have the board to be able to do without losing. The screenshot is on Twitter, if you're interested. So that was the 5-0. I'm losing my voice. I don't think I'm actually going to do the 4-1 reroute. No, I'm just going to play. I'm going to run to the bathroom first. I hope you all enjoyed those matches. Those were interesting matches for the most part. I know, Modern Horizons Goblins, no old frame is a bummer. Maybe we'll get Munitions Expert, though. I'm around the bathroom. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right. Rudy's awesome powers. Thanks for your kind words. It's run a league. All right, we got the right list. Appreciate everyone hanging out tonight. Especially when I'm just doing match replays, people often don't sit around to watch those, but I think those games were worth looking at, except like arguably Manaless Dredge, but that's the one where I made the biggest mistake, where I just missed lethal, right? Really sad that game 3 of Esper didn't go through, though. It was really crazy. We beat Manaless. I just missed lethal one game, but it didn't matter, because they died the next turn. Alright, on the play. Oh, very funny deck. Alright. This is a fine 6. Probably putting back Prospector. Lackey or Vial? Lackey or Vial? Vial here, because we don't have anything to do with the Lackey anyway. If they force the Vial, then we'll go double Lackey next turn. Okay. Argument for Mog Fnatic to come back over Prospector. Now that Arcanist no could have gone. I think there are valid arguments. Oh, we put back Prospector and play against Dredge. Alright. Well, we put our best card in the bottom of our deck, so that kind of feels bad. I think there's too many Plague Engineers for Mog Fnatic, unfortunately. Caremaker's alright. Grave Troll, yep. General's Goblins felt position since the bans. Right at the beginning, it was pretty bad. Because there's just too much shit to try to beat. Alright, there's double bridge, double therapy, and an Archimede. I mean, if we had a Skirk Prospector here, we maybe actually win, but we don't. It took me a while to figure out how I wanted to actually build Goblins since the bans, but now I'm really happy with this build. You're not casting Cratermaker there as a punt? How is it a punt? I can't activate it. Oh, Baracus for Gak. Also, 25th land is fine when we were cutting all the vials. Therapy it, first card you name there. I don't think anybody names Goblin Cratermaker there. People name Goblin Matron. Or Muxus. But they're getting 4 zombies, so it doesn't really matter. Wouldn't you name Munitions Expert? Oh, I guess with Double Bridge. I mean, if you have Double Bridge, it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't think it's correct to name Cratermaker there, to be honest. Alright, do I want 1 Ringleader in over Grenzo? Grenzo's a pretty limited value. The only thing Grenzo does is you can deck them. Really long games. Or exile, like, critical pieces randomly. I think Ringleader's probably better. Um. Okay. That tracks actually. Sucks. Oh, this hand also sucks. Cool. Hit 7. All right. That. As far as 5s go, this isn't terrible. A little unfortunate way to mulligan so deep, though. Interesting. That's a good one. They have Dark Blast. Be upset if they're playing Dark Blast. All right. We're gonna put in the Sling Gang because this is gonna be our red card to pitch if we have to. Oh, actually, I could have just held the Prospector because I have this as a sack outlet. That's actually probably a mistake. Yeah. Their hand, I'm assuming their hand is like Wear Tears and stuff. Okay. Yeah, this shouldn't be in play. That was a mistake. Huh. Kill this. Back for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 12. Don't kill it. They probably have policy. I mean, do I care? I'm just gonna put them dead on board and have back outlets for bridge. Arco. Nature's Claim, good to know about. Okay. Double LED. Okay. Bridges. Pop that. Look pretty dead to me. Cool. All right, Mulligan to 5 worked out. All the Hogaks I definitely want. I wonder if Tarfire is better than Jump Home. Probably is. I was like, you're happier to gem palm your own creature. Ever had Dredge opponent shenanigans your cage and then win because of it? I have not. Don't play cage enough for that to happen. They kept 7. Stands a turn 1 prospector. And I think we can mulligan for some hate. I think this is a keep. We're gonna bottom Maverick squad. We'll just top deck a red source. Boom. So between surgical and pyrokinesis, feel pretty safe. Because we can surgical bridge and then pyrokinesis like any number of blockers. Alternatively, we surgical Narcos. I don't think. They give me priority here. Opponent's like, my opponent's made a terrible mistake. But actually, have stuff. Graveyard. Wasteland Coliseum. Oh. Okay. That's probably better. We hit Skirk, we can do both. Pretty good Muxus. And just Linging. Okay. Goodbye. Pretty good turn 2. Fairly good turn 2, I would say. easy top deck the red source on turn 1. Easy game, easy life. What I say above average? I might say above average. Ric Flair emote. All right. We're still probably okay if we don't draw red source. All right, hand's good. Only one red source is a little sad, but we should be fine. So we get stifled. Want to do that. Could get spell pierced. One player on stifle. He's supposed to lead on a wasteland there because they play a duel there. I'll want to wasteland them plus play guy. Okay. Some regret there. Just go. Because now I have to like wasteland them and awkwardly not do something. Alright, I think we just make them have the white source. Damn. Fortunate. Like he doesn't do anything with a Batter Skull coming up, so. A little screwed up by our mana sequencing there, playing around Stifle. Probably bad. Cavern's nice. Our hand is not good. Started out good, but forcing the Vial into early Batter Skull is pretty annoying. Then their natural equipment. See if they have Plow for Prospector too. If we draw Trash Monster, I block with the War Chief, sadly enough. I might get Badlands here to get to hardcast this Zerg squad. Get back to basics, it sucks, but don't think I'm really in a position to play around that card either. Maybe just support them instead of playing Lackey here because of Jace. Council's Barry maybe. All right. Trashman's still a very good draw. That's why I will not block here. Want something to sack to the Trashmaster. All right, well, I'll keep playing because I could top deck Muxus and kill them. So. Wasting them ended up being pretty bad. I think it's the correct play. All right. Now we block. All right, Muxus, please. Muxus into Trashmaster. So close. All right, we're not technically dead. We can matron for Muxus. The Muxus has to hit really well. So we take 7, do it a 4. It'd be quite a comeback to get out of this. It'd be quite difficult. But, you know, stranger things have happened with Muxus coming into play. We hit Trashmaster. And, like, one Warchief's dead already. I guess we hit Trashmaster plus Warchief. They can't kill a Warchief. Hey, Jim, thanks for the follow. Yeah, all right. Before B2B, that would be. All right, so we lost the natural Jite. All right, that's fine. All right, Muxus. Mother of all Muxuses needs to happen here. That's fine. Totally fine. All right, so up against Blue White Blade. These 5 look good. Chain Whirler's out. like a lackey. Renzo has some good hits here. Cantrips, which are very good. Planeswalkers are very good. Equipment, good. Snapcasters are kind of bad. No forges are useless. Your names are good. We have to make some cuts still. Hero Squad's probably good enough here. Shave one pile driver. I could see shaving a jump home incinerator in this matchup, actually. Like, Expert's better at killing Stoneforge. You have Tarfire as an additional removal spell, and you don't want to be stuck with too much removal in your hand. Expert also kills Jace pretty easily. Possible Grenzo's worse. Possible Grenzo's worse than Pile Driver, but I do want some 2 CMC card advantage. Do this. Sounds really good if this vial sticks. I also maybe should have shaved a wasteland for Caracas. How good is this hand if we draw a red source? Draw a red source, it's maybe a turn 3 squad. I'm gonna keep this. It's kind of risky though. I'm not actually thrilled with it by any stretch. No force, please. Fuck. The fairy. Well, we might die. Might just die. But if we draw counter souls, we could squad them pretty easily. I think it's pretty easy to argue that that's a mulligan. The Starfire makes it a lot better. Draw red source, we can Stoneforge. Probably gonna play. Red source. Fuck. Alright. Not looking hot here. Yeah. I probably shouldn't force check this deck. That's probably not smart. Red source plus. Wrong red source, but a red source nonetheless. Alright, now we really gotta draw red source. Actually, any land, because it's frustrating. They might not use their GT counters to kill the lone pile driver, in which case we get to squad them. Alright, guess we're dead. Maybe probably supposed to mulligan that. They're highly incentivized to keep a Force of Will in their opening hand because of Vial. Like, we're just kind of playing into their game plan. Alright. Yeah, we can chalk that up to a bad keep. I also played around Stifle game 1 off of Basic Island, which I'm probably not supposed to do because Blue Red Delver with Stifle is pretty rare. I just hate losing to Stifle. I'm probably not winning game 1 anyway because I never do a Shatter or Matron for Shatter until too late. But definitely could have been closer. Game 2 is just a bad keep. I think if one of those Wastelands is a port, it's a lot better, but their deck is like completely... Well, it hurt me because I wasn't able to go, you know, one drop into Wasteland. And it made me, like, I ended up having to sack a War Chief to Prospector to fade Jite instead of sacking a Lackey. Sucks. I really don't want to go to 5. Let's put back. Aped. None of our draws. I think I just concede here. Even if I put in War Chief, I can't drop Pitmaker and activate, and if it's Grizzlebrand, I lose. Alright. Go until with Spirit Guides. Or in one of these. This for their fastest draws, this for intuition. Second next. Kind of lame games so far. Problem with this hand, again, we don't have a red source. Like, this doesn't cast Reb. Okay. I think we're gonna put back Squad. Because if the Lackey gets forced, I want another 1-drop. And this Matron's gonna put in... This Lackey's gonna put in Matron for Nexus. Hey, Raider Adam. Beat Dredge round 1. Lost to Stoneblade round 2 here, which was kind of bummer, but hands lined up really badly game 1, and then I kept a bad hand game 2. And then we're in game 2 against Sneak and Show here, where I got turn 1 show and telled. But this is looking pretty good. Cavern's nice. Almost click through that. That would have been atrocious. I could get Pyroclasmed here. get fucking obliterated. I'm supposed to hold the skirt for that reason. Alright. No Pyroclasm. Wastelands, cool. It was a port, but still good. Crater Maker's nice. I think we just get a second Muxus here. Can't we hit our experts? We can't expert Brand, which is awkward. It's very high chance. I'm gonna play the Wasteland here because if they want to end step Brainstorm, they can't. We'll deny them the ability to get Volcanic because now we're only worried about like sneak attack. Next turn we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11. Or 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so they are dead. What do you got, opponent? Yep. Arcane Artisan. Okay. I guess that chumps Muxus for a turn as a 0-3. There is a decent chance they just die here. Because if we put in Slinging. Or a Matron. Sacrifice. Or whatever, doesn't actually matter. Get dunked, show and tell. Alright. Alright, that's another reason to keep in double expert is Arcane Artisan. Keep it the same. Could leave in a ringleader over squad. Squad survives Pyroclasm, which is nice. This digs towards Muxus or Slingang. Crater Maker. Squad's actually kind of mediocre in this matchup. This. Other hand where Reb's uncastable. This is the problem with playing 4 ports. Definitely a problem with playing 4 ports. Nothing to put in a playoff show and tell. We've got the mana denial all day, but without any pressure. Gotta toss this back, unfortunately. Okay. We are sitting on a field of victory, doing some very well-earned comforts. Salted pork is particularly good. Okay, bottom. I think I want expert in my deck. We're in a really bad spot if they have sneak attack. We do beat City Show and Tell days. Of course. Nice. Oh, I should have. Oh, that was a pun. I should have not exiled the Show and Tell in case I draw Surgical. Thanks. That is exactly. I'm really just trying to take them off deck. Now I think we're safe to tap out for War Chief. Caracas is a great draw. I think they get the pile driver next. 2, 4, 6, 7. Tap like this, because if they force the matron, then they'll be able to port them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah. Easy show and tell win. Armor trap. Clutch. People say Maverick trap's not good against show and tell, and it often isn't, but when it's good, it is so good. Terminator. I know the name, but I don't really know they play. This player that might be fair. It's close to keepable, but beneath. So, okay. This bottom board. Yeah, show and tell last. Yeah, we've had some pretty funny show and tell wins lately. Is oops. Well, we got 2 mind break traps. Spirit guides. We'll look at the cards. Last card's not gonna be. Alright. Whoa, what the fuck is this card? Destroy the evidence. 5 mana, destroy target land as controllers. Okay, so it's an extra copy of Spire Undercity. Okay. Sure. They have this too. Right, they have actual mana dork. Alright. Files out. Silo board in Tarfire. It annoyingly doesn't kill the spy or the Undercity. Well, the Cyber's a little soft to ooze compared to. Alright. We get to Euro Squad, we do win. On the way to beat squads, we just gotta live to turn 2 or 3. Skirk Prospector plus Pyrokinesis also beats their combos. So on turn 1 on the play, we have a combination of these two which win. This wins a lot of cards actually. Okay, this hand kind of perfect. Turn 2 squad with Mindbreak Trap. We do lose if they have like all spirit guides and they don't actually walk into the Mindbreak Trap. Really nice thing about winning this way is that we don't show them what our actual hate looks like. We don't know. They don't know about Mindbreak Trap, nor do they know about Relic. So hopefully they just run full face to the Mindbreak Trap this game. Could board in Jump Palm to cycle towards Mindbreak. Really doesn't matter. Mindbreak plus Surgical. Alright, there's Mindbreak and a Skirk Relic. Alright, I'm gonna think. Alright, I'm gonna tank on this. I'm gonna tank on this. Because if we insta snap keep, they'll expect hate. And if we tank on it and we go like turn 1 Skirk, they'll think about squad again. Hit him with the trap. The Relic. 5, okay. Chancellors or anything of that nature here. Romax. Annoying. Wow. That's really unfortunate. Spirit Guide. Say the name correctly. Name surgical. So we win. Oh, no, we don't win. Yep. That is really fucking unlucky. They were able to turn one's Informer off Spirit Guide to play around Trap. And then that's really stupid that they can turn to check with Cabal Therapy whiff and then still could return through Trap. If we had a Pyrokinesis, we won, but I mean, this is a hand is 100% a keep. Not even close to a question, but this relic needs to be like a Grafdigger's Cage or a Tormod's Crypt or Surgical. That's kind of crazy. This deck's really fucked up. Really don't like the Oops exists, and it's good. I don't think you would ever expect to just lose to Usol spells with Mindbreak Trap staring at your hand when they literally never turned it on. Stupid Spirit Guide. Oops, some of the spells indeed. Had to be Informer instead of Spy. Monkey died once, it can die again. Yeah. Well, you can leave Simeon Spirit Guide. You gotta ban Elder Spirit Guide. I'm sick of Elder Spirit Guide. I think I lose to Elder Spirit Guide in Legacy more than like any other card. Always, oh, ESG Crop Rot or ESG that shit. I mean, whatever. It's like a lot of very specific things need to happen for us to lose that game. Goblin. And we're on the draw again. Step 7. I fucking hate the Goblin Mirror. It's so dumb. I guess I'm gonna keep this and then die to Lackey, but just such a stupid coin flip one. Okay. Confirmed alive. Gonna port him here. A little awkward we can't cast jump on if we or cycle it. Okay. Well, get Muxus and then Creator Maker the Skirk and Skirk. Right, not taking. It's cool. Why'd I say anything? All right, so kind of have to Creator Maker this and port this. He has Muxus in hand, like 5,000%. But if we draw a land and we can jump home as Skirk, then port, be in pretty good shape. I guess he could also not have enough. I think I cycle here and try to hit the land. And like, could cast Ringleader. Pretty awful for me, but die if I let him have it. Draw land, it's like super. Also, sacking my Skirk sign is kind of sucks because of would be able to Mux this next turn. Maybe I'm not supposed to do that because I can this next turn. All right, land, please. I've had to take a lot of really inefficient trades this game. Okay. Not quite dead, but pretty close. If he gets too aggressive, we could sneak in with Lackey. Slung Gang Wars seem brutal. Yeah. Thanks for the follow. All right. If he gets too aggressive, we can get to sneak Lackey in. So Viola and our Sling Gang probably has an Expert or Gem Palm. Lose our Sling Gang. There's the Giga Greed play of Port Badlands there. But there's just like so much that can go wrong. Alright, so if we can survive, Violent Lackey, then like Ringleader into Expert. Okay. We'll double block here. Sure. So we're at 9. Effectively 10, but also effectively... Could put in Trash Master, but I think it's... Oh. Six. We need a Pashlik. Take these trades. Okay. Six. Oh, listen. Jesus Christ. Going to 7's kind of terrifying. We hit 0 removal spells. I think this was bad. No. All right, Matron, please. Draw Matron, we win. Get 2. This. Gotta force him to block with something. What's the risk if I port him? 4 attackers, I have 4 blockers. An upkeep expert, which I don't think he has. Get expert my sling gang. Sack. Get his 3rd skirk. Needs him to give up a lot of his board though. Draw something. Ah. Grenzo, really strong here actually. Or port this, place prospector 1. But he has to sack stuff. I think this is a okay. Gotta be careful. If I get careless, he can drain me out and kill me. All right. Bottom. I'm gonna goad Sling Gang. Both of those are worse than porting. He's not dead, is he? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. Okay. Plus he could gain. Oh, that was close. That was so fucking close. He kept his Muxus from getting to play. Took all the steps. Two jump bombs for the mirror, which is nice. Pile driver is actually not as bad as I thought it was. The mirror, but still probably the cut. It could cut second sling gang as well. Pile driver. Wait, do I have a text file goblins? I do not, sorry. Alright, this has a pyrokinesis and a matron. I wish this was a pile driver. Only as much as I want a red card. Oh, I should have played. See if he gets careless and plays something first. And this is really unfortunate if second like, but like Lackey Connect, no. I know he plays 3 Muxus. That's just not. It's not a thing. Yeah. I think what's saying still better. If I wasteland him, obviously I'm playing Lackey. If I play a fetch, or I play wasteland. Playing wasteland plays around, and wasteland him and play around jump incinerator. But it's really bad if I cast anything. Really wish this was Mogwar Marshal. Yeah. Alright, well. Wastelanding would have been Optic Tarfire. Or second Pyrokinesis. Man, the mirror is stupid. And the mirror is stupid. Did I ever get to 2 mana on my main phase? I did not. Or once I did. I wastelanded it instead of playing fetch. It's gonna be one of those rare hands on the play that is also bad against Tormund Lackey. Triple Matron's so good though. Can I keep this hand? You're probably right. Alright. Yep. Bottom second Sling Gang, easy. Then we'll hope to draw lands and castable spells. You could also just play a Vial and maybe die. Yeah. It's really unfortunate we had to pitch the Malgor Marshal to Pyrokinesis. Alright, yeah, we would have died if we kept. I don't know if I'm actually supposed to play the Fairy Maker or not. Shh. Sign it out. That's good. I still lose though. Oop, that. That's a really big punish for what I did. Alright, we really need to draw land here. Cool. Pretty easy to get jump on, I think. Oh my god. Alright, well, his hand was kind of insane. If please. Good. Six. Yep. A fucking bummer 2-3. Yeah. I hate the Goblin's Mirror. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. It is so stupid. It's really, really frustrating. So we lost to Oops with Mindbreak Trap in our hand. We lost to Stoneblade because of a bad keep. We lost the mirror because they won the ape battle where you just race to Muxus and win. Yeah, the mirror is a combo bullshit thing. It's so awful. It's really awful. I hate it. I hate it a lot. And I still think the list is good. We just kind of ran cold there. And mana was not good that match or that league. You also had the Cradle. Shouldn't Goblins always agree to a draw? Goblins are a combative people. I don't think they would agree to a draw ever. All right. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick and then I'll play another one. Be right back, folks. So thinking back to that last game, when I cracked the Crater Maker, I could have waited. I could have waited until his turn, let him have a vial on 1, and then end step cracked it. And if he played the War Chief, then I Crater Maker the War Chief. And if he plays Matron, then I crack the vial. So we can't Matron for Skirk. They're outs, but I don't know. That's pretty frustrating loss. Yeah. Hey, GG's. You won the Muxus battle. Really hate playing the mirror. I really hate it, man. It's so not fun. Yeah, Cradle is really good in the mirror. Big surprise. Big surprise there. That's great. Good mountain here. Basically, I always want to start on a basic DNT. Pretty good against DNT. Pile Driver's kind of medium. Sling Gang's kind of medium, but Prospector and Expert are very good. Lackey's kind of sick. So support them. They play a 1-drop. And I have them 1-drop. Red-white DNT? Let final land is nice. Assuming this dies. Badlands. So throw on red splash for what? What am I playing against? Help? Someone explain. I have no idea what it's playing again. Please. Felt like I was really ahead, and now I'm not. Punishing Maverick? Okay. That's a good one. I'm going to port red here because that way they can't buy back Punishing Fire. They draw Grove. They play a knight, they have to trade with the... If they're going to play another knight, then they have to trade with the pile driver. Ooh, this is very annoying. I guess it probably just trades. Sweet. I want to draw a ringleader. I'm surprised they played this. Guess they're 12. Pretty awkward if they plow. I give them back their P-Fire no matter what. Good green sun for 3 here. Pretty close to dead if we draw a goblin. Okay. Matron definitely kills them. Bashalik. No cards in hand. Just need to draw a good card. It's not a good card. So if we swing with all this except for Sling Gang, we lose our War Chief and a guy, drain them for 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. We just really ran out of gas with your War Chief Skirk, which are like just the opposite of the kind of cards you want right now. Yeah, I can't attack. Right. 5. Also, if I activate the Sling Gang, they get to pick up the P-Fire. They block here, take 3 down to 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah. Gonna tap. This, I guess. Let's tap this. It's fine. Go second P-Fire. Oh, okay, they're just doing this. Okay, well, we have a lot of draws that kill them. Jane Whirler kills them. It's not even good for them to play. Muxus kills them. Would have been really good last turn. Now we just gotta swing for the fences. Lose my War Chief. Problem if I lose my Skirk, then I can't cast Muxus if I draw it. I just start taking up the file. Hits them for 4 or hits them for 5. Okay. Lost their Hex Drinker. That's cool. Matter. P-Fire, the War Chief. Bartholomew is like kind of messing with them more than it's messing with me. Will pay echo. Can't. Alright, I will not pay echo. Bummer. Okay. Second night. Alright, we got a lot of really live draws here. Turn 10, no Matron's pretty bad. Matron, no Ringer. Don't know. Activate. Now I regret not paying echo, obviously. Chain Whirler even. Kills them one. I'll play out my Wasteland just on the off chance that they have Marital Age in their deck. Like it's plowed. Yeah. Or we're gonna die pretty quick. I can't cast Muxus if I draw. This is kind of why I don't love Muxus anymore, because you get these blocking might have been wrong actually. Okay. Anyways. Fires in the graveyard. They can block with the Noble Hierarch. I should have attacked first. Fuck, I should have attacked. Kind of time walks them. It's 4 damage. They can kill us in response to the ETB. Oh, fuck. Fuck. I should have. Fuck. God. Hunting. They punted back. Alright, so I had deterministic, and then didn't, and then did. It was not 4 damage. So blocking made that way harder than. Relic's insane. Good. Mux is very good. Starfire is okay. Squad. Pile driver. Red ones go faster. All the lackeys. So 28 goblins. Surgical's not horrible. That looks better. Probably. Don't love Moon? Really? Turns off Wasteland and Grove. I think it's very good, actually. And is... That's Pyrokinesis. I think if they can't Wasteland me and they can't Infinite P-Fire me, I think just die. Okay. Well, this might be an insane Pyrokinesis. Sending for a mana dork. Skirk no longer only a tutor target. Yeah, Skirk got a lot better with Muxus. Also, it's just a good card. A lot of matchups. Okay. Big thing, please. I kind of want to just Pyrokinesis, pitch Prospector, port them, put in nothing. Alternatively, jump home this. Get the Pyrokinesis. That might be better. So let some P-Fire Lackey. Maybe I just trade everything. I want to use this jump home. I get to double port them next turn. Take 8. Okay. Nav lands. Okay. Badlands. Not in the position to be wastelanding me. If they take more damage off library, they might just die. Okay. Dawnport, Sland, pretty good cards. Actually, if I play like a collector oof, then Violin Matron get expert. Get to Tarfire. 7. Like we can kill a knight of any size because of the relic. Kill a collector roof. We can kill our opponent's creatures. Dead. Cool. Alright. Defeated Punishing Mav. Seen that in quite a long time. Those ports were gross. Sports were really gross. Max once again. Alright. Got a Lackey and a Wasteland versus Doomsday. Pile Driver. Path to Sling Gang. Semi-resistant to a Thoughtseize. And one's me. Sad, but you know. Okay. Okay, not getting turn 1. Oh boy. Oh, spoke too soon. Pretty fucking good hand. Oh, he had a daze too. Right. Well, now we start with Lataki, if that wasn't already happening. He does go to 7. How does he have a card in hand? Used. Oh, he had 2 Street Wraiths, right. He dead. LED Cycler. Pretty fucking good hand, Max. Alright, so this is the version of Doomsday that I am least happy to play against. Fast as fuck. No, he cracked the LED and then he put it in his pile. Doomsday can get card. You can put cards in the graveyard from cards. I mean, this version uses life total really aggressively, so Needle does have marginal application. I guess Surgical's good against Personal Tutor. I'll bring in 2 then. Shave a Vial and Starfire's like, blech. But times still unique. Right. Sneap. So even if he thought seizes us slacking to pile drivers for a turn and we have Maverick trap that he has to beat, we can't go slow. Fatal push. Slinging probably just ends the game, actually. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 goblins, so he can't even cast Doomsday. I think even Engineer gets me. Train him for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and feature for second pile driver. Yep. Turn 2 kill into turn 2 kill effectively, because he can't win with the Slinging on board. On an interactive man. I leave in a Crater Maker because of Plague. Tarfire kind of that purpose already. Okay. Double Wasteland. How many leagues I play the stream? Just one. This is the second one. We're 1-0. Game 3 here. Went 2-3 in the first one, but we got like turn 2'd by oops on a mold of 5, and they never gave us an ability to cast a Mind Break Trap, which is like kind of cringe. Drop. These shuffles, I'll probably Wasteland them. It's tough because he is Mulligan 5, but his Abrupt Decay, I'll be kind of sad. Well, that would have gotten us regardless. Be a question of how quickly he can go through his pile. Can't waste him off blue. Cavern's not in the pile. Okay, so Rep's a really live draw. There's a chance I could die here, I guess. Last card's Brainstorm. Jesus, dude. Now Cavern's right here. Yep. Yep, we could have Wastelanded, but we still lose. Yep. Well, there was absolutely zero interaction that entire match. We played 3 games, and neither of us touched each other's cards. Kinda stupid. Three games in 5 turns. Yep. What does my opponent usually play? Blue. What does Grixis colors mean to Goldfish? Oh, Grixis Delver. Oh, with some bullshit. Stifled bullshit. Alright. 3 Garmag Anglers. Oh, this is gonna be bad. I might pack it in after this. This is making me sad. Nice toast. Mulligan, Wasteland. Oh, we're keeping this. I'm just put back the ring here. I mean the second pile driver actually. Worth saying. I mean, if we had a Mind Break Trap, win last game. All right, no days, please. All right. We're alive. Yo, what? All right, not what I thought. Land. Misties. Live by the vial, die by the vial. Oh, it's Lynn's deck. And okay. Or 7 would have been better. Barry. Oh no, come on. It's on 2, so they can put in Snapcasters. I only got 3 cards. Should kill him. One X Gemstone Caverns. Nobody plays 1X Gemstone Caverns. I think I've tried it before. It is not good. All right, nope. Grove. Hopefully no Snapcaster. There are 4. Terminus. Fortunately, can't worth them with white. Good. They do go to 3. I think I'm gonna cycle Gem Palm off of Skirk here. Back. Pile driver. I want my graveyard. A little awkward that I'm doing this. Oh shit, that was actually bad. Redundant. I should have waited. And if we get to hit him with the ringleader, then best draw by far is Cavern. Daggers. Alright, we're just gonna hold up Expert. Gonna bother porting. Jace, yep. Really. Nice. Okay, put you to 1. One means they have to hold up Hardcast Force if they want to force again. Okay. Also can't crack their fetch. Nice. All right. That was fucking spooky. All right. Two haste. Relic is pretty good. It is kind of bad against decks. So I'm gonna do one relic, one surgical. Chain roller survives P-Fire, but Gem Palms, okay, but I think we can shave one. Trash Master. Trash Master's okay against P-Fire, but kind of bad against the rest of their deck. Don't really want Tarfire or Blood Moon. They would have gotten Blood Moon really hard last game, but I think they could play around it pretty easily, and also just like not do things a lot of the time. Just gonna be a dead card. 28 Goblins, I think probably okay. Ew. More mana issues again. So we're playing against a Brew by Lynn Chalice. I'm gonna mulligan this. Too scary against a DAC deck. Okay, it's not great either, but bottom of fetch. Can trim Mountain any matchup? No, I don't think so. Could trim or could shave Jump Home here. Cycling Jump Home on turn 2. Is a land better than a random card? Jump Home could be good later. We draw like 2 drops and then you kill Jump Home. Or I mean Snapcaster. But then guaranteed 4th land is also important. I think if I want to wasteland them at some point, like right now, I'd rather just have 3 lands. Good. Yeah, so Strass, also, hey, by the way, I think the reason you can't shave Mountain in any matchup is just because you can't afford to lose red sources in this deck. 16 is already like the bare minimum. I'm experiencing deja vu right now. Like, I feel like this exact thing has happened against this exact player. This is going to be a grind. Reb for you. We're doing all right. All right, Cavern's nice. We played Punishing Maverick last round, actually. To play War Chief, play Ringleader. This is better than slamming Jace. It forces them to P-Fire. Usually not crazy about playing War Chief without getting any mana out of it, but I want them to do something defensive this turn. Yep. Ah, that was should have shuffled first though. Arguably I saved this. I'm supposed to save the fetch for post terminus. Draw 4, pause. Calculated. I knew there's 4 goblins to top my deck, so that's why I didn't shuffle. Wow. Okay. They play Jace here. Sandbag this War Chief. Goblin Scavenging Ooze would be sweet. Goblin Scavenging Ooze would be very sweet. Yeah, here. Other Muxus or Ringleader. And we're gonna, let's play Expert. Like annoying to P-Fire a Mogwai Marshal. Sure. Yeah, Dire Fleet would be sick. So we need them to like, we want them to tap out for a win condition, and then we go War Chief, Pile Driver, kill you. Echo here. I kind of want to. Don't necessarily have to play my Ringleader here. I will. Wasteland would be great, obviously. Love to take out Grove. Wasting the Tundra ended up kind of not going great for us, but I think that's fine. I'll land it. Port. It's interesting. So they can Plap plus P-Fire for 1. Let's get some more material. Two, including another Ringleader. Perfect. The experts aren't great, but because in a way I want them to tap out for Jace. Mogwai Marshal. Do it. Oh, that's smart. They pick up P-Fire that way. Big brain. 16. 4 cards. We have 7. Relic is. We want to incentivize them to P-Fire. Don't want to use my other War Chief though. This is my last War Chief. I want to sandbag this. Is it worth it? I could wait a turn. I have 8 cards. Play Prospector. They also have Hardcast Force up. This. The way opponent's been playing, they're not sandbagging full spells really. Go sack the Skirk, by the way. That worked really well. Or sit. Just don't randomly Days Undoing. That'd be tilt. We're probably gonna upkeep port them. Or draw step port them, rather. Yeah. The time. Brainstormed. It's 2 plows, 1 P-Fire. Two, 4, 6. 15. Take a card off of Narset. 2, 4, 6. Yeah. Cool. Boom. That's why you sandbag War Chief. It's exactly why you do that. Set that shit up all game. I'm very glad Moto calculates sword. Oh, that felt good. That felt good. It's fucking... I have a 1/1 token in play. 15U. Bait with the skirk that didn't actually matter. All good things. All good things. And we still had a ringleader as backup. And both our Muxuses in the deck. Experts didn't really matter, but I think in games where we're losing, experts matter because you want flash in, like, what am I thinking? Flash creatures. Like Valor Cavalier with removal. Yeah, I think that's what let me play the way I did as well, right? We knew that they were pretty keen on P-firing stuff mid-combat and not waiting till end step. Draw here. Okay. Protected Lackey off Cavern. Reasonable hand if it's combo. Not thrilled if we're playing against Delver because their hand's pretty clunky, but just thing in the world. Second Matron, not really what. All right, no end step removal. That's a good sign. Stay. Hopefully, they're casting Baleful Strike. Him. At least I didn't hit my fucking land. Alright, goodbye Sling Gang, goodbye Matron. It's tough. We could just put in a 5/3. Bug decks are not good against 5/3s, especially when we have a removal spell. Like if they play like a Leovold next. We expert it, hit them for 7. Come down to 10, Matron for Sling Gang, and if we draw a land, we Matron for Sling Gang and kill them. Sounds good to me. Other options to make room for Pile Driver, but this is kind of the same thing, but uses fewer cards. Probably should have fetched. I doubt they're playing Stifle and him. Don't have to worry about Dead of Winter and Bug anymore. That's nice. Yeah. Okay. Triple Muxus into triple Matron. That's gas. Just really want to draw a land here. Thoughts. Oh, they're gonna have fetch lands, dude. They're gonna have Uro next turn. Fucking fetch land. Gonna cast 3 spells, and yet Wasteland would have been good. Yeah. 13. Gross draw. Well, we hit them for a lot still. Really annoying. We lost our 2 best cards in that hand. Okay. Might just die. God damn. Thought they would block the other thing. They're still dead on board. There's that. Blocker doesn't work. Plague doesn't work either. The pile driver would have ended up a lot better. Not thinking Uro into Thoughtseize on turn 3. A lot of specific things that need to line up for that to happen. War Chief's probably our best draw. Yeah, it is, because they're going to live. They have to find Abrupt Decay. Abrupt Decay the Chain Whirler. Flash and Expert. Draw War Chief, kill them. really annoying that him hit our two best cards. In the Sling Gang. Let's go on our static. We're 2-1. Let's beat Punishing Jeskai, beat Punishing Maverick, and we lost to Max on Turbo Doomsday, where he just had non-pass the turn kills. Twice on turn 2. Got turn 1 once, I think. We had a completely uninteractive match. Like it was, I killed him on turn 2. Game, red too. Jesus. Okay. Bouncing this. Okay. We killed the Jace. Get to probably expert again. Kind of cool. Let's see what there is. But we could just die to this arrow. I mean, if we draw lands, Muxus will beat the arrow, so we have to fade more discard spell time. Alright, what do they got here? This is just 4-color control. Is that a 1-of Fatal Push? It totally is. Main deck Liliana. Reason bars. What the fuck is this deck? All their forces in the deck. Blood Moon is going to obliterate them. Bolt, Anna. Elven main deck Wrath. They may end up Plague as their cards. I'm gonna snip this for later. Pyroblast main, yep. That's what you call no respect. Yeah, second arrow in hand makes a lot of sense. And they can bring it back. Two Spell Pierce? What the fuck? I guess their logic here is like, can't wasteland all my lands. Maybe that's why they're playing Borrower, because Blood Moon's so insane against them. No. Can't fail this. Okay. Alright, well, they might have me here. A little bit of a maniacal block. Guess I damn that on board if they. I probably shouldn't have attacked. Pretty feels bad. God, the fucking him hitting best possible is really annoying. So they had 3 snaps. 1 Jace, 1 Liliana. Strixes, 2. Alright. 1 mana removal spells. They have 3. 1 push, 2 bolts. Nice, Nathan. Do I want Caracas? See you, Dingus Knight. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, this deck probably literally cannot beat lands in million. Caracas is protecting my own stuff, and then Uro plus Leovold. But I don't know if I want 25 lands in my deck, though. Suspect War Marshal is going to be bad this board. But all Skirks. Got Squad. Squad isn't okay. Better cards than Squad. Don't bring in Caracas. Maybe bring in Caracas on the draw. Down to 27 goblins, which is very low. Kicking. Okay. No Wastelands nor Ports is kind of unfortunate against the million color deck, but his hand has a lot of good elements. Vial, turn 2 Pile Driver, turn 2 Chain Whirler, Pressure on, or late. We're definitely not playing any, like, can't land hate, so I can just fetch bad. Why do I trim Lackey? Because, okay, I'll go to 5. Because this matchup's going to go, like, the games are going to go long. Did they play against your main deck? They did not. They didn't cast it for some reason. They definitely would have played it. Like, also to play against your deck, like, Lackey's going to be good on turn 1 and then probably never again. I just don't want that many dead draws in my deck. Why not cut Lackey entirely? Yeah, because, I mean, they only have 3 1-mana removal spells in their deck, so... Check my Discord. Nice. I think I'm going to Matron for a second Pile Driver. Because this is probably their Plague turn. They mulligan to 5. Like, they're going to try to Plague me. By Violent, second Pile Driver. Expert their Plague. Attack for 6. Violent Chain Whirler. I'll kill them pretty quick. I want to use my Vial this turn. Plus, I don't have a land for a Ringleader. On the draw, I'll probably cut all the lackeys. Wow, I wonder if they'll play Plague Engineer. Shock. Alright, so this does cut our clock a lot. But do wish this expert was a jump on. Lot. Wasteland's really good. This vial's going all the way up. I'm gonna waste Corrupt Decay. Next turn is the perfect time for a ringleader. Storm. Could also just draw Blood Moon at any time and they die. Care if they play a Baleful Strix. Annoying, but acceptable. Okay, Jump Home's not bad. I could have played it there, but I think that if they have a second Plague, I'll win if I cycle Jump Home on it. If they got like Snap, Bolt, then I can cycle Gem Palm. Snap. Okay, going to 7. Sure. Does not block very well. Should have played the Lackey pre-combat in case they had Fatal Push. Nice. Pile Driver goes the distance. Can him me. Fucking Pile Driven. Alright, I think I do want the Caracas. That was a 26 Goblins. It's really bad. Board in. We have the third Reb. Keep in War Marshal. 27 Goblins. Reb is pretty good against their deck. Leovold, Borrowers, Drowns, Strix, Snaps, Uros. Caracas is good against Uro as well. And it's good with our own legends. We have no 1-drop goblins, but yeah, hand's great. Second. I will lead on Tavern in case lands get hemmed. I miss Caracas' Crooks, and you're like, registered what? Okay, Vial resolves, that's cool. Okay, that's not him mana, this could be a decay. Looks like decay. Ooh. I don't want to port them. Kind of want to play Grenzo. I think I play Grenzo. Because if I play Grenzo, then I can go port plus hold up blast on my next turn, and then if I port now, then it messes up my sequencing. And if they him me, then I can at least get a hit him with Grenzo. Like, almost 100%. Yeah, actually 100%. Because they can't have a green removal spell. There's no Hydro Blast. Okay. Pile driver. Pile driver's appealing because we can get the pile driver on board. Maybe Reb a Snap Bolt. And then hit for 5 with Ringleader. It's worse against them needing their 3rd mana. And does open us the chance of getting him. Yeah, it's really bad for me. We might be forced into a die to plague line. They thought he's this, and then like do nothing, play land. Hopefully I draw like a second pile drive. Right, well, second Ringleader is the best. Matron's also good. They had the land. Okay, I feel less bad now. WP10 063. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So if we play the Sling Gang, it is very, it's like a ton of pressure. They're not really doing anything. I think I hold up the rep here. It's too risky to. You can cut him off of him. And next turn I can at least play Sling with a Reb backup. Burrow. No land. Fortunately, they have double black. Looks like we are gonna get to 6 lands though, so Muxus is very much on the table. I don't like it, but the line we have available to us. Pretty surprised if I don't get pulled. This was really brutal. Yeah. All right. Well, draw any of our Muxus or any of our plague answers. Draw Muxus. We have a lot of turns because we can rep the Uro, escape. Relic would be very good. Okay. Port them off of double green. Switch like a war chief. Blood Moon still wins the game. Tarfire for plague would be decent, not incredible. Yeah, port is definitely helping us here. Turn 7 Vial, not. Be pretty happy if it eats a decay. Fuck. We've drawn 0 wastelands. Yeah, we'll probably from here. We know their hand is all spells. We got top deck Muxus and flip some good stuff. This would want power. I would flash this in and block. Yep, it's a free attack. Unlucky. We drew land, file. Our ringleader would have whiffed actually. Caracas buys us time. went wrong here? Oh, I got decayed. It's got like they just had the answers like right on time. We didn't get any value out of anything. Also drawing 5,000 straight lands. Yeah, I'm playing 25, but the Thoughtseize for the Reb also. All right, Muxus, your time is now. We could Matron for Muxus as well, so like six outs. Wow. We just drew really cold. We had a great start of a hand and drew cold. I could have held the Sling Gang, but I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Could have drawn Blood Moon. We had like 3 more ports. Any of the 4 Wastelands. A Blood Moon. Keep him off Uro. I don't want to play against Casey. He's playing 86 card random bullshit. I guess I will keep this. Double Badlands is sketchy as fuck, though. Okay, top deck Vial is pretty good. This could be a really good Grenzo. War Marshal instead of second Vial. I could sack in second step anyway. I don't really want to expose my Skirk, though. It's just a good play, though. Maybe I'm playing around stuff too much. I don't know. My opponent's playing like some crazy bullshit, so I really don't know. I hope we get some Grenzo triggers, though. We're pretty set to. It's pretty hard for us not to, unless we get Thoughtseized. All right. Green Sun for 1. Blast Zone, Green Sun for 1. All right. Well, expert that one. All right. So actually, I'm not going to back because. Man with Risk, thanks for the Twitch Prime for 4 months. Appreciate you. I'm sure you're still a big fan. So this is actually an interesting question. If we sack in our upkeep. And we can flash an Expert off that mana. I'd rather Violin the Expert. I mean, Violin the Grenzo. Earn some mana either way. And Force of Will. Problem. Play the Grenzo. Esper. See what our Grenzo triggers give us. Tricks. Raven's Crime. Fun. Okay. Okay. Don't want this in his graveyard. I'm glad it's exiled. Abundant Growth gets Blast on, but draws a card. I think I play the Strix. Okay. Draw 2. Pretty sick. This doesn't only trigger off of goblins, it triggers off of any creature, so this is a good source of Grenzo triggers. Why do girls rub their eyes when they wake up? Also blocks Merrily. That is not really a funny joke. Sorry. Yeah, fucking out of nowhere. Sure. Fucking have your combo in your 86 card deck. Very cool. Built. Yep. Some stuff Grenzo could give us here. It blocks Lackey, that's good for me. Fortunately, I don't have a main deck Caracas for crop rotation to save me. Brainstorm, okay. Box time. Exiled Field of the Dead. Okay. Oh, Brainstorm. Okay, Matron's what we needed. I think I put it on top of my deck. Case of discard spell. Squat them. Abrupt Decays if they're there. I could, wait, I could, have I played a land drop? Have. So I could sack, lose my Grenzo, sack, or sack Expert, sack Badland, or tap Badlands, cast Matron for Sling. And then Sack Matron, Sack Expert. Cast Sling. It's actually not that bad. Go Squad. It's a lot of effort. Replicate that. Back to Mesa. Want all goblins next. All right, that's a pretty fucking good Brenzo. And then we go Hardcast Sling or Hardcast Squad attack. Oh, that was stressful. So is my best friend. Cabal Pit. All right, so we would have died. Definitely would have died. Allowed to attack. Scranzo drew like a lot of cards this game. Let's see if we can get more deck info. Life from the Loam, Sylvan Library. The World Tree. Okay. BF6. Nice. Okay. Decays. Arena. Just kind of random cards here. Did he has was that a singular crop rotation? He has one crop rotation in his deck, and he found it to try to kill me. All right. Well, I guess we have to snip this. Two more. Oh yeah, you're right. Good call. Good call. Good call. All right. Random cards. Yeah, fourth competition actually makes a total sense. Total ton of sense. Yeah. Oh wait, I'm dead. Why am I letting you look at this? All right, these cards seem very good. Let's pull this up. One Uro, one Karanos, one Clothis, one Knight of the Reliquary, one Kolaghan's Command, one Leovold, one Field of the Dead, one Thespian Stage, one Dark Depths. He's playing Yurion, he's also playing 86 cards. Try to the Elysian Grove's a problem. One Valakut to go with it. Just good deck building. Just 3 Loams, maybe. So at least 3 Loams, probably 4. Alright, Blood Moons include don't think I want Tarfire. I'd probably want second Muxus. How's Reb? It's got Brainstorms. A whole lot else. 1 Uro. Alright, I'll not do Reb. Pyrokinesis. Strixes. There's Ramanap. There's like basically the green sun targets where Pyrokinesis is decent. But I probably usually don't want to draw it. Surgical. Like the random bullshit cards. Let's Jump Palm. Strix. Dryad. You're not very good at Jump Palming Dryad. Evold. Knight. Right, I'll even 1 Jump Palm. Deadly Donut. Thanks for the follow. Greater Man. Shave. Yes. Shave our Ringleader. Shave. I mean, Casey just plays like kind of whatever he feels like. I guess I saw 1 Reclaimer. Hero Squad's not very good against him. Too much stuff. Trashmaster should be fine. Chainload should be fine. Dave. Casey loves playing like random cards deck. Last year. Pretty sure Shaving Lackey is wrong, but I don't know what to do. No exploration is no. Okay, seems probably good. App 7, 86 cards. Don't shave Lackey, let him grow a beard. Only 1 Mogwar Marshal. This feels so strange. Yeah, it does. Alright, we know he's not playing away. Sun. Forcible. So. This. He's like green sun for a Claimer. That sucks. Okay. Annoying. Alright. So annoying. Expert Jump Home. Nothing. Could Wasteland him. Green seems pretty important. Great. Abundant Growth that he can't cast while Wasteland. But sets me back a lot. I think I take the risk. Don't want him to have drops. Fuck. This is loam. It's really green. Yeah. Yeah, that's another reason. That. He's just gonna raise to 20. He had to anyway. All right. You can hit him for a lot next turn if he gets greedy. That is okay. I should not be F6. Get another decay? What do we think? Put him to the test on another decay. Is pile driver lethal? Swing with everything. 2, 4, 6, 8. 6, 8. That's lethal. Die on the crackback. Definitely not ringleader. Game's not going that long. I think if he had decay, he would have decayed the war chief. Don't see a way this game goes. Got it ending. Oof. All right. All right, just 50-50 today. Far cry from the what was I? GG's Casey, your decks are so stressful to play against because it's just like random random shit I will never see coming. Oh man. World Tree Gods. Yeah, I did see it got posted in the 5.0s, yeah. Okay, so let's recap. Why is it 86 cards? Like, could you really not get it down to 80? Like, I know I'm 61 guy, but 80 there's a big difference between always for 61. All right, so list kind of bummer, you know, it's 5041 and then 2332. Didn't want to kind of think, you know, I can respect that answer. I can respect that answer. Yeah, I know Carrie had 5-0'd with 120 card Yorion Nick Fit at some point, like a year or so ago. So at a certain point, you can just get carried by finding your broken cards. I guess you have a lot of tutors and redundancy, I guess. Yeah, 135 cards seems not great. So what were our losses today? Stoneblade, that was just a bad keep based on the hand, game 2. And Oops, All Spells got us. The Mindbreak Trap was... Got him with the turn 2 squad game 2. And then game 3, they mulled to 5, played Informer around Mindbreak Trap, and then could activate it. I'm not sure that was intentional, because they didn't know about Mindbreak Trap. But maybe it affected their mulligan, like the Spirit Guide instead of Petal or whatever. It was pretty annoying that we died on... We like literally never had the opportunity to cast Mindbreak Trap. So it makes me want to rethink it a little bit against Oops specifically, but We lost the Goblin's Mirror. That's okay. Cradle's really good in the mirror. He has triple Muxus, triple Prospector, which is really good in the mirror. Maybe made a bad play in the final turn. Lost to Turbo Doomsday. Had the hands. And if we had a Mindbreak Trap or a Reb, then we could have won. Neither game was cavern protected on the Doomsday, or on the Oracle. And we had racing hands, not interactive hands. We lost a 4-color control. Just kind of flooded. We just flooded out really hard in game 3. We just drew like 4 lands in a row. Had Uro Plague Engineer. We were forced to commit into the Plague Engineer because they thought seized. Their thought seizes were really, really timely. Thought seize Reb for Uro, thought seize Ringleader the turn before I cast it. Don't think I could have done anything about that. Porting wouldn't have done anything instead of playing Pile Driver because they had another black source. I guess, theoretically, if we force them... No, they can get Bayou. Never mind. I was going to say, like, if we force them to fetch a black source instead of a green source, then they can... they won't be able to cast Uro, but that's not true. So... I don't know. I'm not too upset about it. I think our losses were close or marginal, and our wins were pretty good. Obviously not the results I'm looking for, but I also play worse off on stream, of course. Thanks everyone for watching. I'm going to go work on the sideboard guide and the Patreon article for this list. I don't think I'm going to change it. I think list is good as is. Grenzo was really good in that last game, in that last match against Casey. Grenzo saved our ass because he gave us a Baleful Strix to block Marit Lage and Brainstorm into Matron to find Sling Gang. Yeah, Grenzo was really, really good. Which I'm really happy about. He drew 3 cards, effectively. Strix, Abundant Growth, and Brainstorm. Really good value. Okay, so maybe second Mindbreak Trap could be a Thorn. Could be a Thorn. It wouldn't have helped us against Doomsday, though. We didn't get to turn 2. Either they died or we died in turn 2. Doomsday, I think we just got turn 1'd. Actually, Mindbreak Trap was the card we were looking for. Something to think about. All right, I'm going to see who else is streaming some Legacy. Send you over to them. Be sure to check the VOD on YouTube. Be sure to check out the Patreon if you want to support me. Patreon content's going up soon. Got a lot of words written. Cool. All right, do you guys want to see Replenish Shark still or Strifo Vial? Tell me now or forever hold your peace. All right, we'll do Replenish. We'll raid Nathan. catch y'all time.